And we're live.
All righty, thank you very much, Amy. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting on June 28th, 2021. Glad to see you all here. Amy, would you mind calling roll, please?
Sure. Councilmember Berlant.
I am here.
Amara.
Present.
Dowden Calvillo.
Present.
Riddell Harris.
Here.
Mayor Spokely.
Here, thank you very much. If you would all please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Next item up is agenda approval. This is a time set aside for council members and or members of the public to ask for removal, postponement, or changes in the listed sequence of an agenda item. The agenda will be approved by roll call of the council. Council, is there any changes that anyone would like to see in our sequence on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, hearing none. Amy, did we have any members of the public with any questions on sequence?
No.
All right, I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call to approve our agenda tonight.
I'll move approval.
And I'll second.
Thank you, appreciate it. Amy?
Councilmember Berlant.
Aye.
Amara.
Yes.
Dowden Calvillo.
Aye.
Riddell Harris.
Aye.
Mayor Spokely.
Yes, thank you very much. All righty, moving right along. Next on our agenda is the consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine in nature and will be approved by one blanket full call vote. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless persons request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion and separate action. Any items removed will be considered after the motion to approve the consent calendar. And as customary, I will ask our city manager, Mr. John Dunleavy, to give us a brief overview of our consent calendar this evening.
Mayor and council, 10 items on the consent calendar. Item number 1 is the ordinance approving the use of online or electronic filing for campaign finance statements and items of economic interest. This is basically just the modernization of many of the processes that we've done over the years in many different forms. Item number 2 is waiving the second reading. This is an item that came before the council. This allows the city manager and the city attorney to settle claims that are under $40,000 that come to the city. Item 3 is the adoption of our GAN limit under the state constitution. In order for a city to be able to adopt and consider our budgets, there is actually a maximum spending limit for each jurisdiction known as the GAN limit. And that this is per the government code, and this will be for the upcoming fiscal year. Item number 4 is the assignment of a ground lease by United Natural Foods to IDS Capital Acquisitions. This is basically an assignment, and United Foods is basically selling the property or the structures. It is allowed under the lease. It does require that the city approve this amount. I will tell you that as part of it is some of the auditing that we've done. Legal has advised that we were unable to go back on some retro money that was owed. You can kind of throw that up to the legal as far as questioning, but basically it is not allowed within the terms of our lease on things. The amount came out to about $145,000. Item number 5 is a sublease between Auburn Printers, Inc. They're basically leasing a portion of their property to Sierra Office and Printing, Inc. This is allowed under the terms of their agreement to sublet out part of their space, but it does require the city approve. We've gone through, staff is recommending approval of the sublease within the scope of the master lease. Item number 6 is a letter from the city. This was previously pulled off of the city's agenda. This has to do with the new state minimum fire safe regulations. The chief has gone through, I think he's modified the letter quite a bit, but hopefully to represent the balance of positioning that's coming out of many of the cities our size and our location within the realm of those cities that are within some of the high fire danger areas. Item number 7 is our annual local transportation fund claim for the upcoming fiscal year. Just about $800,000 that will be going to the Placer County Transportation Agency. This money is used in a couple of forms. First, it's used for the funding of our transit system, and then there are TDA monies that are also split. Some of it goes to transit, some of it goes to our road projects. Item number 8 is basically the council approving a resolution for our SB1 funds, just about $280,000 that is going towards, we're allocating it to the project on Auburn Folsom Road. As this money goes into the overall amount, this is a portion of a much larger project that will go in. And this is just, like I said, $280,000 of a project that's well over $1 million eventually. Item number 9 is a memorandum of understanding between the city and the Auburn Police Sergeants Association. Just another one of the labor agreements, which is within the context of the authorization the council has given us. And then finally, item number 10 is quietly the largest item that I think I've ever seen put onto a city agenda. It includes all the addenda and the plans for every iteration of the accessory dwelling units. But tonight is the resolution approving the set plan check fee. These are preset plans that people get to come in. So basically it's meant to streamline, reduce costs, and set a fixed fee for the overall plan check for the pre-approved ADUs. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you very much, John. Appreciate that. Do we have any council members that have items they'd like to pull and discuss or questions? I see Rachel's hand up first.
I'd like to pull number 8, please.
Okay.
Number 8, Councilmember Lang.
I would like to pull item number 4.
So 8 and 4, and Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo.
I was going to pull 8 as well, so.
Got it. Okay. And Councilwoman Amara.
Who's muted?
You're muted, Sandy. Last time you have to worry about that.
Thank you. Item number 10, please.
Item number 10. Okay, Amy, any members of the public who had items they wanted to pull off the consent calendar?
Well, we do not, no.
Okay. I do not have any other items myself, so I would go ahead now and at this point entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we approve the consent calendar without items number 4, 8, or 10.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you very much. Amy, would you mind calling roll?
Councilmember Berlant,
Aye.
Amara,
Yes.
Dowden Calvillo,
Aye.
Riddell Harris,
Aye.
and Mayor Spokely.
Yes. All right, first up was item number 4. That's the assignment of airport ground lease by United Natural Foods. And I think, Rachel, did you pull that one?
Actually, I did.
Daniel did. Sorry about that.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John, it wasn't in the staff report, but on your summary just now, you had mentioned that this potential, well, I guess they're already leasing property, but this United Natural Foods, this extension of their lease, that they owed the city some dollars, and you made a very quick comment along the lines of not being able to go back to collect lease money that they owe us. I'd like to hear a little bit more because I'm a little tentative to renew somebody's lease when we know that they haven't paid for at least a portion of what they owed us since they've had that land, which I think goes back to, I don't have it in front of me, but somewhere around the 90s. And you're on mute, John.
I'm muted. Why don't I kick this to Ryan, see if he's prepared to answer it. And if he's not, we could bring this back on July 12th as a discussion item for a little expansion. So I'll kick it out to the city attorney if they want to take a shot at answering.
Of course, John. So the total figure that, or I guess to back up, and the chief will have some information on this as well, but effectively the lease provided for an increase in rent at some point around 2010, but the city did not start to bill for one reason or another for that increased amount in 2010. And this mistake or this issue with billing was only realized as we looked at the documents for this assignment. And there are some issues related to now going back and seeking to recoup those, the underpaid amount based on the partially on the fact that it's a long time ago and there's a relatively short statute of limitations that will apply here, and the fact that they were paying what the city was billing in each instance. So it wasn't something that they were underpaying compared to what the bill that they were receiving every month. They were paying what they billed. All of that makes it a little challenging to recover some of those fees or most of those underpaid amounts. That being said, we are still looking at a few options for recouping the amounts that we think that we might be able to recover, which wouldn't be affected by granting the city manager authority here to push forward with assignment. We would resolve all of those issues before assignment occurred.
So just to be clear, Ryan, if I could, did we notify them in 2010 that their lease was going to go up?
I don't believe so. I don't believe they have been notified because we just realized this error as we were looking at the documents for assignment now. So it was undiscovered up to this point.
Okay. Well, then, Mr. Mayor, I have some comments then based on what Ryan just said, but I know it looks like Sandy has a question. So thank you. Thank you, Ryan, for the explanation.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Morrow.
Thank you. So Ryan, so I'm just a little bit unclear. So their rent went up, but they were never billed or notified, but was it in a contract? How did it go up, the rent?
Yeah, so Chief Spencer might be able to speak to this, but as well, but there was just an increase that was built into the contract. It didn't state that the contract would go from X dollars to Y dollars. It was that there was a percentage amount that was included in one of the provisions, and it was, I believe, overlooked.
Yeah.
By who? By who?
And so I'm happy to take this question for you with regard to how the leases, and we continue to look through the process of what we've stood up over the last several years. In this case, there are escalators with regard to the rent, which is normal common practice throughout the industry. So you can use CPI, you can use a hard number, there are very varying mile markers that you can establish. In this case, it was a percentage that was established. And so to answer your specific question, who missed it, I think it's more of a functionality of the fact that we don't have the systems or a process in place to evaluate or maintain these types of escalators. Not to offer any excuse, it's just simply understanding that there are a lot of areas that we as the city have an opportunity to improve to ensure that we're capturing these types of things. And so talking to Ryan a little bit about this issue, trying to understand, well, okay, so how much staff time do we need to spend on this to go back and collect? And not to say that we don't want to do that, because certainly we want to make sure that the city is made whole as much as possible. That being said, this is over the course of 10 years. And so during that course of 10 years, when you go back to the 4-year mile marker that we can go back to, it really decreases the amount that we can collect, and the amount of staff time and attorney fees may be less or more than what's worth going after. And so I share that with you by way of background, only to say that we are in the process of improving our systems. As you know, the city manager is standing up various technologies so that we don't have that problem come up again. And I know I'm a little long-winded on that, but I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you. You did. I just feel that it's not just our mistake. If it's in the contract, I think we have some standing. But again, I'll hold off and comment. If anybody.
Just to add briefly, we will also ensure that moving forward, the assignee, if everything works out, that the assignee will pay the rate that is specified with the increase that was specified at that time. So that's one step moving forward.
Yes.
So Ryan, I've got a question from a legal standpoint. If the lease identifies an escalator and the city neglects to escalate appropriately, what legal obligation, what legal standing does the city of Auburn have to go back and try to collect, back rent that wasn't ever sent to the client or sent to the tenant?
So the city does have a strong argument for collecting as far as 4 years back, which is the statute of limitations here, and that's something we're pursuing. There's an argument as well that there's a practice that's been established that the city effectively agreed informally to not charge the increased amount. It will depend on the specifics of the contract here, but and I don't want to. I would say the city has an argument there, at least 4 years back, and that's something we're looking at, but it's not entirely clear cut.
Okay, any other questions on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that, moving forward, obviously there was an error here. But I think I heard that we're implementing technologies and so forth to ensure that this kind of thing does not happen again. Because again, it's very unfortunate that this happened in this instance. And I think there is dual responsibility there, but going forward, I want to make sure we're not going to have this issue again, not just with this particular entity, but with others. And I know that we've done some work there where we've hired a firm to help us with our leases and so forth. But, again, costly mistake, and want to make sure we don't go through this again.
And I see Councilmember Lance hand up, but real quickly, just to continue on that, Alice, I think that part of the hope that we have in hiring the leasing professionals to come out and standardize our leases, my understanding in the various leases that we've seen to date, they're all a little bit different, and that further complicates things. I'm not saying it's okay that we missed it. We need to be a little more diligent. I think the new updates and modernization that we have in our billing and accounting softwares will help us do that. But the standardization in our leases out there at the airport will also help us tremendously, I believe.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Land, did you have your hand up, or was that from before?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. Or I didn't know if you were going to do public comment before council comment, or if I could just move on.
Yeah, let's really quickly check in with Amy to see if we have any public.
Yeah, I'll just be real quick. I agree with both of what you said. I pulled the item because based on my conversation with John and my not understanding why they couldn't pay it back. But if we never asked for it, explicitly, it's not really fair for us to go back now and say, you owe us from 10 years ago. Even I would argue not really fair that we go back and say you owe us from 4 years ago. makes sense that we had an escalator maybe built into the agreement. But I agree with Councilwoman Dada Calvillo, a costly mistake. I am glad to see we're rectifying it moving forward, something we've identified. But unlike what I thought it was when we pulled this item, that United Natural Foods was just kind of thumbing their hand at us and owed us money, and here we're going to do it. Clearly not the case. So appreciate the discussion on this item. I for one, am good to move forward as it was brought to us.
Thank you for that. Amy, maybe I missed it. I didn't hear. Are there any public comments on this item?
Can I make a comment? Mayor
No
Spokely?
public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, we'll go back to council comments and Vice Mayor Morrow.
Thank you, sorry. So my only comment is that, yeah, I'm glad we're looking into at least going 4 years back. Although we didn't explicitly ask for the, bill them, there is a contract and we abide by contracts. And so I do think there is a strong case, and I'm glad that we're looking into that, at least to the statute of limitations.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from the council? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the assignment of the airport ground leased by United Natural Foods to IDS Capital Acquisitions LLC for 12745 Earhart Avenue.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Amy, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Berlant,
Aye.
Amara,
Yes.
Dowden Calvillo,
Aye.
Riddell Harris,
Aye.
and Mayor Spokely.
Yes. All right, next item that we pulled was item number 8, which is the a list of projects funded by SB1. I believe Riddell Harris, you pulled that one?
And I did too. Yeah.
A double pull.
You mind if I go first?
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. So the reason why I pulled this one is because there's a lot of funding in the budget for lots of transportation projects having to do with roads. And so I wanted to just get some clarity on what's in the scope of this particular project having to do with Auburn Folsom, what the 280,000 in this fiscal year is covering versus how much the total project is going to end up being, and just a little clarity on this particular funding source versus the other funding sources for roads that are also in the budget for next year.
Good evening, Council. This is Menjel Dean, Transportation Manager here with City of Auburn. I can kind of shed some light on this. The 200 and I believe it's 75. Forgive me, I don't have the numbers directly in front of me. I'm sitting on the University of Oregon campus right now. The 200.
Menjel, I have a share screen that will show the funding on this
Sure.
project right now. Let me put it up. So the total project on this thing, Auburn Folsom, about 1.2 million. And from that, this kind of gives a little bit of an outline on the project. 275,000 from SB1. That's what's in the resolution tonight. 434,000 coming in. Our LTF is going to bring in about 300,000, and then from the overall funding of the budget. We'll push some gas tax carrier over a little over 180,000 that will go into this project. So overall breakdown on this, and Menjel, if you want to pick up on it, go ahead.
Quick question.
Sure. No,
Oh, sorry, but that's
Go ahead.
not all in this fiscal year. That's in, how much of that budget is in this fiscal year versus other later fiscal years, I guess is the question for me.
when we're saying this fiscal year, we're speaking about fiscal year 21-22. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry, the one that we're going into.
So ideally, it would be a great thing to see the entire project happen in fiscal year 21-22. The idea is that the $275,000 in SB1 funds and the $434,000 in RSTBG funds, along with some LTF funds, would cover that project in entirety in this fiscal year. We're hoping to take that project out to bid early here so we can accomplish it in the fall.
You think you can accomplish the whole project this fiscal year, and you want to pay for it all I'm sorry, fiscal year starting in July, and you want to spend all that 1.2 during that fiscal year?
That is correct.
Thanks, that was my confusion.
Oh, sorry.
Just to clarify, is this July, this July?
Yes, July 1, 2021.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I had also pulled this item, and thank you, John, for putting together that cost chart, because I did give him a heads up that I wanted to ask about the total project cost. So he was prepared to do that. So thank you very much. I saw in the project description that it's September 21st to the July from September 2021 to July 2022. So I'm expecting that's July 1 if we're going to spend all the funds in this fiscal year. And I just kind of wanted to talk about, I understand it's going to be Auburn Folsom from Lincoln Way to Indian Hill Road, but this is really for the public's benefit. We're going to do a 2-inch overlay, I believe, but we've had some recent road work done where it's a surface overlay and so forth. And obviously Auburn Folsom is, it's in bad shape. And I just want to make sure that the public is clear as to what exactly you're going to be doing there. I understand, but again, transparency for the public. So Menjel, if you could talk about a little bit, you're going to scrape and so forth. If you could just talk a little bit about the project, that'd be great.
Absolutely, I would be happy to do that. So the majority of the project, as you mentioned, is going to be a 2-inch overlay. What that means is that we're going to have to go through and do a large dig out, essentially scrape out 2 inches or about 1.5 inches and add about 2 inches of hot asphalt mix over that. There's going to be some areas that's not going to be required. As you mentioned in the past, we've had some work done on that roadway. So we're just going to have to do a slurry over that to just bring that to the same condition of the new roadway. There's going to be some areas that's going to require some heavy dig outs where we're not going to do a full dig out of the road. You'll notice that there's some areas that there's a heavy alligator cracking, but it's very centralized. So that area is going to just get a dig out there, and we're going to recover that with hot asphalt, and then we're going to be able to then go out to a slurry. In addition to that, that's going to require us to do some ADA curb ramps. We're going to have to adjust some manholes, some storm drains. So it's a very large project, and as you mentioned, it's kind of an important project for us because Auburn Folsom is not only an entry and exit to the city, but it's a big passageway to Highway 80 and to other jurisdictions.
So folks should be prepared for a long some detours for quite a long period of time, since we'll start in the fall and go until July. But when the project is done, we'll have, a great road that should last us, I think 20 years is what the life is for the improvements. Menjel, is that right?
That is correct. It's about 20 to 30 years, depending on, the weather and how things go. But the beauty of Auburn Folsom and doing this project, even though it's a very large project, because it is a 4-lane road, it's going to minimize the amount of time that people are going to have to detour, because we'll do a lane at a time in that manner. So it's not going to slow traffic down completely to a halt, but there is going to be some inconveniences, but we'll be able to minimize it because of the size of the road.
Great. Thank you. And I just think that's important, again, for our folks that travel that road on a daily basis. I know there are 3 council members, 4 actually, I think, that are on that, and they will be feeling that. I have family and property out there too. So thank you very much. Very happy to see that this project is on this year's schedule, because it's long overdue. So thank you. And no further questions.
If I can add one thing while I'm here, this project, and the reason why we're doing this project, we chose this project for these funds, as council knows, the city and staff is actually going out to get a pavement condition index, and for the rest of the city, and Auburn Folsom is a known problem. And so while we're doing that pavement condition index, we could identify this location as something that requires work at this point without having that condition index come back to us. So we're happy to bring it forward. It's a good project for the community.
So Menjel, I do have a couple of questions for you. Would you consider Auburn Folsom to be a regional arterial roadway versus a local roadway, in your opinion?
I 100% would. I 100% would, Matt.
So So you and I have had conversations about coordinating with PCTPA and trying to utilize their contract they have with, I guess, for lack of a better word, I'll call it big data, where they can track cellular users driving up and down Auburn Folsom,
Right.
whether or not they're actually driving from outside the city limits to inside the city limits, or are they just driving through the city? I would argue, and I would guess that the results of that study would yield that the vast majority of the trips are through the city of Auburn, getting to Highway 49, getting to Interstate 80, and out of the city. I guess my concern is that we're taking, kind of limited SB1 funds that could be utilized internal to the city on streets that arguably are the sole responsibility of the city to upkeep and maintain on such a massive project. What are your thoughts on that?
I tend to agree with you here, Mayor Spokley. The one issue that my biggest concern with waiting on doing this project, once we can get some sort of unifying, coordinated effort between the multi agencies, is that the road might get to a point where it becomes too costly to actually do. At this point, it's already going to cost quite a bit of money, as you notice here, to get this work done. But getting everyone multi-jurisdictional to get the work done, it's as you know, it takes a significant amount of time to get everyone to buy off on that. And with that being said, there is some opportunities that just came to my attention just as early as last week. Mike Lucan from PCTPA pointed out that there's, with the new administration having some funding going to transit and transportation, they're looking for larger scale projects. So this project, I think, is one of those projects that might be eligible for some of those fundings. That's kind of why in the staff report, you only notice the identification of the SB1 funds, just because we have to pick a project and identify it. If we don't use these funds on this particular project, we can certainly apply it to other areas within the city if other funding for this kind of project becomes available.
So this action before us tonight, Minjil, would not preclude us from doing more research on the availability of additional funds or other sources to fund this project, although you do have a pretty aggressive construction calendar from what it sounds like.
Right. So yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah. So it would not eliminate the fact that we could actually go after other funds for doing it. Keeping in mind that this staff report was written before I left the city of Auburn, and I kind of found out about these new opportunities while I was in travel. And it was one of the first things that came to mind, like, hey, we can get some additional funding to help support this project. And it's something that I'm actively going to pursue once I'm back in town. We just, for the state's sake, we have to identify a project with these funds. They understand that sometimes these funds don't end up being used on the project identified. And then as part of the closeout report, we would just show where we spent the funds, as long as it's an eligible project.
Got it. And my last question, you kind of touched on it, I think, just right there. The $280,000 identified in the staff report are a small fraction of what a 2-inch overlay from Indian Hill Road to Lincoln Way would cost. I venture to guess $1 million, maybe a couple of $1 million to do that work. The roadway is so wide. So by us approving this action tonight for staff to incorporate this into our fiscal budget won't preclude us, or won't obligate us, is probably a better word, to match funds in any way, shape, or otherwise at this point.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's very flexible. We just, in order to receive the funds and start receiving them, we kind of just have to go through this process. And at the time, this roadway, as mentioned here, is a known project problem area. So,
got it. Thank you very much, Minjil. I do see many hands up, so we'll start with Vice Mayor Morrow. Thank
you. Minjil, I just wanted to clarify what I thought maybe I heard wrong. So you said 275 from the SB1 funds, 435 from the RSG funds, and 300 from the LTF funds, but you didn't say it would come from the gas gas tax, or is that's also included?
Well, the gas tax would be additional funding, and I think by John's numbers, it's about $181,000 in gas tax funding. So there's some gas tax funding that's in fiscal year 2021 that we didn't utilize yet for roadway work that we're going to carry over into the next fiscal year in order to support this project.
Okay, and you anticipate this project being, I mean, from what your research is showing, about 1.1, or is it 975?
So a full overlay from Indian Hill to Lincoln Way would probably be a $2 million project. But as this council member, Don Calvillo, pointed out, there's areas that don't need work and there's areas that don't need necessarily a full overlay. So with that being said, we think it's about a $1.2 million project. And I think that's where this could change given on the market. But, you know, we think that's where we'll land, about 1.2 to get Auburn Folsom up to stuff for about a 20 to 30 year period. Okay,
and what I think I heard you say when Mayor Spokley was asking you some questions was that you feel that this is a priority in our city. You would, above any other streets, if that was all the funding you had, you would put it into this project. Is that what I hear you saying?
At this point, I would have to say, yeah, this is a priority for the city because it's an entry and exit way. And I really think Auburn Folsom is going to help to support some of the larger economic development projects. So I think, yeah, this is a priority for the city.
Okay, but you anticipate some funds possibly coming in, and that could be utilized also for other streets that are on your list.
Oh, absolutely. Right? So some of these new funds that the new administration is putting into capital projects is going to be able to go into transit and transportation, and that's going to free up other fundings that can go into different transportation areas within the city. Sorry, my kids are being crazy. They just got back from the pool.
Okay, that's right. And so what I hear you saying then, and you can correct me, is that possibly if it took even if it took the whole, even if it took 1.7, there's other funding. I mean, the streets, the other street projects can wait. This is what needs to be done this year. Is that an accurate thing for me to understand?
That's my opinion, yes. Of course, council could certainly direct me in a different direction. But I think Auburn Folsom is something that should be addressed sooner rather than later because of the condition it's in. And you know, the one thing we don't want to run into is another wet weather season and us haven't done anything, because then I think we're going to be at a point where we're looking at a much larger sum to get this roadway done.
Well, I disagree with you. I hope we run into another weather season. But,
No, I didn't mean it that way.
No, I get what you're saying. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Land.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Menjo, for joining us from vacation. No apology needed for your kids. I hope they're having a good time. We all have families. Thank you for still coming with us tonight. My question is very simple. What is the reason and what would then be the plan for the remainder of Auburn Folsom? Obviously, the city limit goes all the way down to Tyler. The county nicely paved it all the way up to that point. So what's the plan for that last stretch between Indian Hill and Tyler?
So I'm glad you really asked this question, because the county doing what they did kind of forced our hand on this one, because they've beautified their portion. I think there are some things that we can do in that area as far as surface treatment that would really help it, that would really benefit it. It's not as bad as the upper portion, as you guys know. So there are surface treatment options that we can use there. We're going to assess it. I'm certainly going to take a look at it when I return. And one of the biggest things is I don't think we're going to need as much true overlay as we've done in other street areas. I think we'll be able to get away with some surface treatment.
Gotcha. So we can expect to see that last stretch of Auburn Folsom after we get the pavement management plan instituted. Is that a safe estimate?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Menjo.
Councilwoman Riddell Harris.
Thank you. I just had two quick questions. One is, you said that it can't last much longer and you're worried about that, but then you're also saying there might be a funding source if we hang on a little longer. So if we wanted to hang on a little longer to see if there were some funding sources, because I know there's a lot of talk about shovel-ready projects and this seems
Right.
like, is this something that we could hang on a year or to see if the funding comes out? Or is this something that you think we absolutely should move forward with and not, it can't wait? Just curious.
I think if we had a moderate winter season, I should say, I think we can hold out a year. Again, identifying this project is just more or less saying, hey, state, we know that this is a shovel-ready project that actually needs work, so we're going to put these funds here. But they've been very, very, very accommodating in the fact that if we identify someplace else where we could utilize the funds that meets the requirements, we can certainly go ahead and do that. But I think I don't want to commit to anything just because I know when I get back and I have that conversation with Mike Lukin, there might be some areas where we'll be able to pull funds. Or if we think that we're going to get some federal funds that we can throw at this, I certainly think that that would be a better option, as Matt Spokley mentioned.
Okay, it just seems like, yeah, what Matt was saying makes sense, that it is utilized by more than just us. So if we can go for the money, we might as well. So I was just curious.
No, absolutely. Mayor Spokley, just, we've had this conversation in the past many times, and Auburn Folsom, like as he's mentioned, is utilized by everyone, not just us. It's just the difficulty to get others on board to recognize how important it is to us regionally. It's sometimes, difficult.
Okay, let me just, one more question. Is there any thought when we redo this area about bike lanes and how we're thinking about bike lanes? Because I know that's something that several people have brought up to me about when we're thinking about roads, we should be also thinking about bike lanes. So I was just curious.
So as we move forward, any roadway that we do this kind of work on, if there's space and area enough without the city having to go and get property from property owners and their bike lanes are available, we will be putting them in. The idea is to tie in the bike lanes in a regional sense as much as we possibly can. Auburn Folsom is one of those places where I think we see the bikers out there, so we know what they're doing, and we know, and there's certainly an opportunity to put in bike lanes there if, in certain areas. We want to identify it first before we say, hey, we'll do it for the entire stretch.
Okay, great, thank you.
And Minjel, not to beat a dead horse, but I might be beating a dead horse. So this action tonight is not going to obligate us to utilizing these $280,000. It's just identifying for the state that we've got a shovel-ready project, and I don't think we'll have time to do the study that I want to do with PCTPA and their consultant that they've got on a one-year contract, but we can activate that and get them going and try to get some data. We need data to understand how many outside trips or through trips are happening on Auburn Folsom, because I believe it's a significant number of trips on that road, and it's certainly leading to the accelerated decline of the road. It's worthy of improvements in our city, but there's other roads that are local roads that I think are far more worthy of the same improvements. The Auburn Folsom Road improvements from Lincoln to Indian Hill are actually in our plan for fiscal year 22-23.
Right.
Again, I'm not saying and suggesting they're not, it's not needed to do sooner. There are really bad spots along Auburn Folsom Road, but I guess in closing, I'm supportive of this moving forward, but I really do want to engage with PTCPA and try to get that study moving forward so we can have the data we need to be able to go out and find other funds, other grant dollars, other opportunities to offset some of the costs to the city of Auburn.
Yeah, absolutely. And council should know that any project that's going to utilize these funds will be brought back in front of you. So there's going to be decisions to be made at that point. As you mentioned, Mayor Spokley, this is merely to meet the state's requirements.
Yeah, perfect. All right, Minjel, thank you again for taking away from your vacation to be with us. Really do appreciate it. Hopefully you're going to go enjoy your family and have a great time. Any other questions from the council? Seeing none. Amy, do we have any comments from the public?
We do not.
Um,
I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion by resolution incorporate in the fiscal year 2021-22 operating budget, a list of projects to be funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Amy, if you would please call roll.
Councilmember Berlant,
Absolutely aye.
Amara,
Yes.
Dowden Calvillo,
Aye.
Riddell Harris,
Aye.
and Mayor Spokely.
Yes. Thank you very much, Minjel. Appreciate that. We will move on to our next item that was pulled from the consent calendar, item number 10. I believe that was Councilwoman Amara. And I'm trying to get back to my agenda. And that one was the accessory dwelling unit program plan check fee reduction. Councilwoman
Yes,
Amara?
just quickly, I just want to make a comment again. I think Auburn is on the cutting edge with the accessory dwelling units, and kudos to staff. They keep coming and trying to make it affordable and something that will be a reality for many people and help the city of Auburn and help many individuals find housing. So I just wanted to comment. Thank you. No questions.
All righty, any other council members have questions for, I see Mr. May is on the line with us this evening, building official. All right, I do have one quick question, and I didn't see it in our fiscal budget, but there was some comment about permits and activity, John, in your department. Do you, off the top of your head, have an idea how this program has been utilized to date? I know it's a relatively new program. Have you had a lot of folks in inquiring about it and pulling permits yet, or still not quite yet?
Thank you, Mayor Spokely, I appreciate it. I have not, we've had a lot of interest, but we've kind of been pushing people off to get this reduction, this resolution for the fee reduction. I have probably half a dozen very seriously interested people who will probably be in the office this week, waiting for the fee reduction. And then we are working on, we actually just got an agreement from the city attorney straightened out today. So it is ready to go. It's live as of tomorrow morning.
That's fantastic. I know you know this, John, but you might want to advise those folks of the insane construction and material costs that the industry is experiencing right now. It's really astonishing how expensive things are. Sheet of plywood that a year ago would cost you $25 is now like $125. So hopefully people either have the means to keep going or the sense to hold off and wait until things kind of equal out a little bit. But no.
Yes, and I think that cost has cooled the market for this program in particular. People are inclined, and rightly so, to wait at this point. But I expect them to come in when we can see that cost come down a bit.
I hope so. I hope so. Amy, do we have any comments from the public on this item?
We do not.
All righty, with that, I'll go ahead and close that. And Councilwoman Amaro, do you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move we approve the reduction of the plan check fees for pre-approved accessory dwelling unit permit applications.
Second it.
We have a motion and a second. Amy, if you please call roll.
Councilmember Berlant,
Aye.
Amara,
Yes.
Dowden Calvillo,
Aye.
Riddell Harris,
Aye.
and Mayor Spokely.
Yes. Thank you very much for joining us, John. Appreciate it. All right, next on our agenda is public comment. This is a time provided so that the public may speak to the council on items not on this agenda. Please make your comments as brief as possible. The council cannot act on items not included on this agenda. However, the items will be automatically referred to staff. Council members shall have an option to speak for 30 seconds on items not on this agenda at this time. I'm going to go ahead and start out if I might. Obviously, we all know that the Western States Endurance Run happened this last weekend. I was lucky enough to spend some time both in the evening of Saturday and in the morning on Sunday at mile 99, watching some of these incredible athletes. Just thoroughly impress us and everybody at mile 99 with their courage in completing this crazy 100-mile run from Squaw Valley down to Auburn. And it was awe-inspiring. Councilwoman Dowden Calvia and I got the opportunity to hand out awards at the event, and it never ceases just to amaze me what these people do to their bodies and want to come back for more. It's quite astounding. Auburn is the endurance capital of the world, and this race is certainly the pinnacle of that. So fantastic event. Western States Board of Directors did a fantastic job. The sponsors and the event was top notch. They had 24-hour live streaming of the event on YouTube. That was sponsored by Hoka, the shoe manufacturer who sponsored the event. I can't list all of the event sponsors, but it was a world-class event, and I'm proud that it was done here in Auburn. John, I know you were out there at the aid station. You were out at the start before that, and you were very much engaged. So thank you for all your time and energy on the event. It was incredible. And I'm going to let Alice speak to our other presentation that she and I were both at, which was also a wonderful event on Saturday. I'll jump to you, Alice. I think I saw your hand go up.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, I just also wanted to comment on Western States. It is amazing. I think this was their 47th year of the race. So that's a celebration in its own right. But a huge congrats to Jim Walmsley, who won it for the third time in a row. So really exciting about that. And also Beth Pasquale, who was the first female. And what's really great was that of the first 30 finishers, 15 were women. And you had 3 women in the top 10. So that was just phenomenal in its own right. It was the year of the woman. It really was. And so very, very just humbling. And they're just such inspirations out there. So good event. I was grateful for the opportunity to be out there in the booth for Endurance Capital of the World, and also to help hand out buckles with the mayor. So, and then also the mayor and I had was a wonderful opportunity to recognize an Auburn resident, Sergeant First Class Marvin Cornett, who turned 100 years old on Saturday. There was a celebration for him at the Veterans Hall. He is a Purple Heart and Bronze Star Award recipient. He actually got those awards when he turned 99. They came late in life. So the whole story is really interesting, but he was a paratrooper, and he was awarded his awards for activity during World War II. So 100 years young. It was just a wonderful experience. And thanks to the mayor for coming out, and to Amy for drafting the resolution at the last minute, or the commendation, I guess it was. I just happened to see that, and I really wanted to ensure that we had an opportunity to recognize him for all of his service and congratulate him on the birthday. The other comment that I just wanted to make, I wrote down my public comments, really is this: 4th of July is coming up. Just a reminder, fireworks are illegal within the city limits. We have the 4th of July celebration at the fairgrounds that the chamber's putting on with a host of sponsors, but no fireworks in the city, please. High fire danger. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. I see Councilmember Lance hand up.
Well, I will take that as a segue and a lead-in. So thank you, Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo. Our Chamber of Commerce Executive Director is not able to be here, so standing in a little bit for her. 4th of July planning is well underway. As was mentioned, we have a busy 4th of July. For those who are not going to be able to make the parade, Jackie and I will be doing live commentary, and we will be live streaming the parade. So more information to come, but it will be live streamed on Facebook. But the parade starts at 10:30 in its normal route. So very exciting this year to have that back up and running. Before you hit the parade, though, come on down to Old Town. The Auburn Hook and Ladder is holding again, just like last year, but hopefully a little bit more normalcy, the annual pancake breakfast. So for $10, you can get some pancakes, sausage, eggs, and of course, all that money goes towards the Hook and Ladder for their work in restoring and maintaining our historic fire station and apparatus. So hit the pancake breakfast, hit the parade, and then from 5 to 10, the Chamber of Commerce will be holding its Family 4th of July in the Gold Country Fairgrounds, 5 to 10, right before the fireworks show starts, somewhere just before probably 10 o'clock based on dusk, and fire safety, of course. And I will note, it is a public display show shot off by professionals. And so I hope everyone will heed Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo's warning and mine. Leave the illegal fireworks out of Placer County, out of Auburn. Come to the fireworks show for free. You can line the streets in your car and watch it safely from there. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I've got.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the council? All right, seeing none, we will ask if, Amy, do we have any public comment from the community?
We do not for items not on the agenda.
All right, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll move right into our public hearing item, our first public hearing item, our only public hearing item, solid waste rates recology. Conduct a public hearing by resolution approving a 2-year rate ceiling increase for solid waste collections. John, you're going to take this one?
Yeah, Mayor and Council. The city has a franchise agreement which it entered into in November of 2015 with Recology. And part of that franchise agreement allows for Recology to request rate increases. And typically these come in the form of some type of request from Recology. And as has been past practice, the City Council will adopt a rate ceiling, which gives flexibility over the course of a period of time for Recology to go through and adjust their rates. The main gist of how the rates go with Recology is really a combination of a rate ceiling which levels the amount of consumer price index levels that can go into the rate, but also there are pass-throughs. And this year, Recology's come in with a request for a increase in the consumer price index towards their service of 1.69%, but also included in the rate increase, which is a much larger percentage, almost increasing the rate by 20%, is a pass-through that they are requesting, which has to do with our tipping fees. Tipping fees are basically the amount it costs for them to go and dump per ton at the landfill. The West Placer Waste Management Authority in April went through and has made a very significant increase in the amount that they want to charge on the per ton basis for the tipping fee for waste management to go and dump our trash there. And it comes out to almost 20%. In correspondence with the West Placer Waste Management Authority, basically they are reflecting this as the anticipated operational increase in costs of almost 50%, and also some capital financing that they will most likely need to do to come into compliance with SB 1383. And this really is a reflection of the regulatory structure of things that are going on. Quite frankly, SB 1383 almost prohibits over a number of years the ability for people to dump organic waste into landfills. It's very heavy, it takes up room, but that has come into the overall increase for this. Staff is recommending that the council hold a public hearing for anybody who has an interest in this to receive input on it. The CPI increase that is requested by Recology is extremely reasonable, especially given the fact that consumer prices went up by 4% in May, which is very expensive. But staff is recommending the 2-year rate ceiling, even though this increase really only represents 1 year. I can tell you that we will be in very active discussions with Recology as we move forward on a number of issues regarding the rates. In this public hearing, you're really addressing 1 year, the consumer price index 1.69%, and the pass-through of the tipping fee. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I'd recommend that you do the public hearing. Tisha Gill from Recology is also on the call, and we can try and answer our questions the best we can.
So Tisha, I'll give you the opportunity if you want to talk a little bit about this. You don't need to. Just sort of give you the opportunity to speak to this if you'd like to.
No, I appreciate it. I think John said it very well. Basically, Recology portion of this increase is the 1.69%, and those are just to cover the cost to handle the material. The big portion of this is for the disposal piece, and I can't speak to WAPMA's increase specifically, other than what John had stated. They're obviously making upgrades at that facility to meet these SB 1383 requirements, and the tonnage went up by a great deal, over 20%. And so that piece is a pass through for this rate increase. And it does come out to, for the customers, they'll see about a $3 increase on their standard cart rate.
Okay, thank you very much, Tisha. Appreciate that. I see Councilwoman Don Calvillo's hand up first.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I don't have an issue with the COLA. I get that, and that's fine. Cost of doing business, that's not an issue. But I have concern with regards to the 20.5% increase. I understand that this is a pass through, and that this is not Auburn Recology that's establishing this. This is coming from the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. And what's frustrating to me is that there doesn't seem to be a lot of data or justification for that 20.5% increase. And again, I know this isn't Auburn Recology, it's coming from the Western Placer Waste Management Authority, but it sounds like I asked this question to John, and he got some information from the county, but there just wasn't a lot of information there. It seems like we have to make some upgrades to address the new organics law, and we're just kind of thinking it's going to be this much more, so we're gonna charge this much more. We're going to have more information about what those fees are actually going to be at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year. Or middle of the year. I can't remember what it was, sometime. Anyway, not right now. No, it says here, I think they were thinking, anyway, mid-year. But in any event, my concern is just that there is not a lot of information that's justifying that 20.5% increase. There just isn't a lot of information available. The authority itself was split on this. It was a majority vote, but there were 2 members that didn't vote to support it. And it would have been great to even see, the minutes or something that really reflect the discussion and the reasons why there were no votes on that. So I'm conflicted on that piece. Again, I know it's a pass-through fee, but I don't know where I am on that. The other issue I really have on this is, and John and I have been talking about this for some time, is the fact that the city of Auburn is not represented on the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. And when I was first on the council back in '98, I was on the authority for the city of Auburn. And I went to meetings, and I'm pretty sure I voted, but I don't know what happened, and I don't know when, we don't have a seat, but that's problematic for me too, because we're subject to their fees, but we have no voice in the decision-making process. And so, and I don't know if we need to, John, put this on a future agenda, but I really think that Auburn needs to be represented, especially given that there are so many new laws coming down the pipeline right now with regards to waste management and recycling and so forth, and biofuels and so forth. We really need to have a seat at the table. That way, when we have something like this that comes before the council, you have a council who's had the opportunity to participate in the discussion, to hear all the information, and then can relay that to everyone else. Because we're really kind of here in the dark. We have this pass-through fee. We think there's going to be these extra costs. We know there's extra costs, no doubt, but there's really nothing that's justifying it. And it's frustrating for me, who then has to vote whether or not to accept this pass-through fee that's going to affect our ratepayers. So I would, again, John, I would like to put this on a future agenda item to get us back on that the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. We do need to have a seat at the table. I don't understand why we're not there, and I don't know when we left. But anyway, that's my frustration. I don't really specifically have a question, I guess, except that, really every jurisdiction is going to be subject to this pass-through fee. I don't know if you're getting pushed back, Tisha, from the other jurisdictions, or are we the first one that's having to do this right now?
Not the first, you're the third. So Placer County went first, and they do have folks that are, I think Placer County has folks that are involved in this and perhaps even part of that board. So of course, they have probably more insight. I don't disagree with you. I think that having Auburn be a part of that, that discussion is important, because this is where your material will go and continue to go. And I don't think that this is the end of the increases. I attended one of the board meetings where this was actually passed. And again, I don't have the specifics. I can just say that I think a lot of the details that are not being talked about are due to the fact that they still have these bids out. There's still two bidders, and they don't know, they can't really discuss, I think, in too much detail what that looks like. But as I remember it in the board meeting when this was approved, they did offer 3 rates. They went with a hybrid approach so that the customers weren't, completely overwhelmed with this increase. But this was just the first of it. I think it was to cover about $10 million to get them that site ready and prepared for the new law coming up. Next year, I think that's going to be much, much more. They mentioned that they're going to need a lot more to continue. But I think they're also going to look at other opportunities like grants and things of that nature that might assist so that it can bring that down. But that is about as specific as they went, because they can't divulge what bid they're going to go with and what that really looks like specifically.
It just makes it tough for us because if it comes in lower, well, we've already approved a 20.5% increase to our rates, and are we going to be able to lower that? I don't think so. So I understand the sensitivity of it, but it would have been nice to have more information about this, because this is a significant rate increase. I understand at the end of the day, the dollar amount, $1 to $3 or what have you, but an increase to fees is an increase to fees. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Riddell Harris. Your hand went down. You threw me. You moved on my screen.
I know I was too quick, and I was like, no, I'm not. Thought that my questions are gone. Anyway, thank you, Tisha and John. It's really helpful to have you guys explain how this all works. I had a couple of quick questions, comments. I know that I've worked in utilities for years, so I understand the how not fun pass-through costs are, and trying to just deal with talking to customers about those. But the one thing that really helps, at least in the electric utility, is trying to give mechanisms for customers to have some control over those costs. And it feels like, first off, in the table that I was given, it wasn't really clear exactly how much the customers, if I have everyone in my neighborhood has 1 big trash can and 2 green waste bins, and it wasn't really clear exactly how it was going to impact those bins. I saw there was a bin list, but it wasn't clear as to which is which and where the green waste bins are on that. And so just a little bit more clarity, like a typical customer, these are the costs that they would have, and on how this is going to impact their bill. So that would be helpful. But in general, we don't have any incentive for reducing trash if we're going to have the same cost for our trash no matter what. So if we end up reducing organics and shift a bunch of our waste over to the green waste bin, and this is going to be our cost either way, that's not helpful for trying to get the overall cost and tonnage and reduced, so that way we pay less to where we dump these at the MRF. So I guess my question is, are there ways that we can work on over the next year of finding ways to let customers have options? Are there smaller trash cans that they can have so they don't have to pay for the tonnage that they're not using? If they can reduce their waste by half by moving those organics over, can we incentivize that positive behavior by reducing their bill and letting them have a smaller can? Are there other ways that we can try to give them benefits for reducing that tonnage? Because you're saying that this is an amount of tonnage that we're getting an increased fee for, that we're then putting around and saying an average per can. If all of Auburn reduces our amount of waste and we still have to pay the same amount per can, then there's no incentive for us to do better. So are there ways that we can think of to do better, to have a reduced cost and then overall have a reduced cost for the city? So just different things that I'd like to see as to why, what can we really do to let customers have more control over, if they reduce their overall waste, they can pay less. It's not just you're stuck with that fee no matter what, even if you do a really good job of reducing your waste. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will just to note, and again, it hasn't been determined which route they're going to go, but just to kind of give you an idea of one of the ways that this could turn out. Because you mentioned putting the waste, you're taking it from one bin to putting it into another, which is very typical in a 3-cart process. So to explain that, if you have 3 carts, you have your recycle bin with just recyclable material. You have your trash bin.
Can we get recycling bins? We don't have one.
No, I'm just explaining the 3 carts. Yeah.
Percentage.
You've got your trash bin, and then you've got your green waste bin. In this particular area, this goes to a dirty MRF that actually takes the one bin and it's processing your recyclables and trash together. So you've got that bin, and then you've got your green waste bin, which is just green waste right now. So one way that they could decide to go is, to your point, take that food out of the trash and recycle, put it into the green waste bin, and that you're creating that kind of compost material. And to your point, you're making your trash and recycle bin now smaller in some respect because you're taking some of that material out. They may not go that route though. They may keep your trash in the trash and your food, in your trash and recycle bin, and the site is going to process it. So you're not going to see a difference. No customer is going to release. It's going to be a status quo for you. You're going to continue to put your trash and recycle bin out with that food waste in it. Your green waste is going to continue to look the same. You're not changing your behavior. What they're utilizing, that could be utilizing this money for, is to enhance that facility so that the facility pulls that food waste out. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can we do things as a city to separate our own trash to reduce our costs?
So it wouldn't go to that. It wouldn't then go to that facility. It would go to a different facility, which would be at a different location, which would then increase your hauling. So there's a lot of little pieces, I think, that get involved in that. But I absolutely agree with you. Let's look at, different options and really understand and analyze it. But that's what it would mean. So then you wouldn't take it to that facility anymore. It would go to a different one.
So I guess I'd like to see what those different options are and what the different cost comparisons are for those different options, because I'm, it seems like, 22%, 20% just on the pass-through fees. Let's look at what else is out there, because it doesn't seem like this is going to be cost effective long term.
So if I could answer some of your questions, Councilwoman Riddell Harris as well. Really, we are pretty much, it's very difficult for us because there aren't very many landfills around here. So we would have to go to Sacramento County or all the way up to Truckee. So hauling would make the price astronomical. In fact, Colfax used to haul up to Truckee, but then they now haul down to the MRF because they couldn't, just the hauling costs got so outrageous, they couldn't afford it. What we have in Placer County is a dirty MRF. So it doesn't matter if we do our own due diligence and separate our recyclables and, separate our green waste, it all goes to the same facility, and it gets like they handpick, they actually have a conveyor belt. The garbage goes on to the conveyor belt, and that's how they designed that MRF, 20 something years ago. And so, I would love to be able to say, okay, we're reducing our green waste or we're reducing by organics, but unless we actually don't put the material in the can, it's still going to go there and they're still going to charge us. But
people not put it in the can. So
yes, well, they could compost. That to be the real thing would be is if they compost. If someone says, I don't want to put my green, my green waste is a perfect example. You can compost your own green waste. You can compost your food waste. You can do that. And that does absolutely lessen your, it reduces your garbage. And I know that Recology does have different size cans for residents. There's the toter, which most people have. They supply the toter and we essentially rent those toters, but you can also have a smaller can. And that can is something that the residents furnish themselves. And then the Recology will pick that up. My family actually has that. We use that. We have a smaller can. We don't actually have the big toter because we do a lot of composting and we have a gardener that takes all of our green waste off site. So that's how the resident can reduce their waste, is by doing it by themselves because of the way we have the MRF.
In other places, there are toters that are smaller than these ones. So that's also.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And that would, yeah.
And I'm just really thinking people thinking about their trash use more because it's more expensive can reduce, and there's a benefit because they could get that smaller can and they can reduce their costs if they want to.
Mm-hmm. I'm all about reducing rates. I just wanted to let you know about, the thought about going out to another facility. It really just would be cost prohibitive, and no doubt. And then we'd have to get permission to even dispose at those other facilities because they have their own garbage to maintain. And every county is responsible for dealing with the trash that's generated within their own county. So some won't even accept out of county trash. It's a tough thing. Definitely.
Let's move on. Councilmember Land.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I completely agree with Councilwoman Riddell Harris in the idea of looking at options. That's great, and I also completely agree with Councilwoman down in Calvillo that we need to be in the room, if not on the board, making some of these decisions that are obviously having some pretty big impacts on us. So I'd love to hear the history of how we maybe got kicked off. My question, though, Tisha, since we have you in front of us today. This is not an extension of your franchise agreement. This is just a simple amendment, correct?
Yes.
The reason I ask is there has been a significant amount of time and energy in our community discussing trash, but specific to trash pickup on our city streets. And in the staff report, which I think is provided by you under existing programs, it specifically mentions the fact that as part of the existing program by Recology, that Recology picks up trash at receptacles in downtown and Old Town. And curious, is that just part of the overall agreement and franchise, or do you charge?
Oh, you broke up. It stopped at charge. I think
you froze there, Daniel. Can you repeat?
Yeah, sorry, it says that my internet is unstable here on the south end of town. Do you charge the city for the pickup for trash in downtown and Old Town, which is in the staff report under existing programs? Is that just part of the overall program, or do you
Correct.
Charge the city for that?
No, that's just part of the overall program.
Okay. So I'd love to have a conversation with you after the fact, because like I said, the trash is overflowing. And we've been really spending a lot of time, and several of the council members I know have spent a significant amount of time trying to solve this solution today. Our Downtown Business Association is paying their own private company to come pick up the garbage because it's horrible. So first off, Tisha, thank you for having it be included in your overall program in the franchise. So this isn't a criticism, but since it is on your item here tonight's agenda, I think we should discuss it, especially if we're going to raise costs here. Our residents are going to want to see something tangible. That might be one of them. The second thing is, again, back to the overall program, and maybe this is a more appropriate conversation when we come back for a full franchise agreement. But the waste haulers around us and the waste rates around us cover community green waste days for fire protection. Nevada County does this where they have one day at a central location as kind of a public fire prevention project where they allow the public to bring to one location green waste. I think this is a critical piece that we need to talk more with Recology about how we can do that. So realize that the rates are just COLA and just pass-throughs from the regional. But since it's on the agenda, we're going to raise rates. I want to raise those two items of issues that I think we would like to continue to discuss with Recology, finding solutions for. So that's all I have. I'll also just quickly note and then pass it on. The Auburn Journal did a wonderful job simplifying this. The staff report has a lot of information. It's pretty complex, but I appreciate Tisha, your and John's comments to the Auburn Journal because they really broke it down very simplistically of what all we care really about as residents is what's my dollar amount. And you guys did that. So appreciate that. I don't have any other questions. Those are just some comments. We can chat later. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Amaro.
Thank you, Mayor Spokley, and I'll be very, very brief. I just was going to ask the same question about the downtown pickup, but I don't want to put you on the spot any further. But if you know offhand, do you know the days and times that you pick up downtown and Old Town?
Oh, not offhand, no.
Okay. I'll meet with you along with Council Berlant on that.
No, absolutely.
But just to summarize my comments are, number one, the most important thing is we do need a voice at the table. We need to be a part of it. We need to be able to vote, and speak out at a time that it matters. Right now, obviously, there's nothing we can do. Number two, I just think the rates are exorbitant because we don't have a lot of detail and backup. And I certainly understand what's coming around. And number three, I agree with Councilwoman Rodell Harris that options would be great, but then that goes back to having a seat at the table. So, but thank you for everything. And I do appreciate, again, also your transparency and our manager for making some clarity in terms of what was printed in the Auburn Journal.
Thank you, and I'll be very brief as well. I have the opportunity to visit different offices up and down the state of California. All of them, are required to comply with the organic waste collection. And in more than a few of those locations, the organic bin is very small, very close to empty in a professional office building. And those bags go, I've seen them happen. The janitors throw them into the regular refuse. Clearly this organics waste program, which I believe is driving some of these costs, maybe not all of them, but some of these pass-through costs for our residents are more focused on commercial users, restaurants, and those sorts. It's unfortunate to see legislation like this come through and affect our citizens the way they have. Now, granted, the rate increase is relatively minor, but we're just starting. We're just into this program, what, a year, maybe two now, and the fees will continue to increase. That's the way fees are, particularly fees regulated by state and federal governments. So that's all I wanted to say. I understand that these are pass-through costs, and I guess I would just advise our citizens to do the best you can. If you can compost. If you have a garbage disposal, use your garbage disposal and only put in dry waste. Me personally, my bag is typically full of stuff like cans that can be recycled, cardboards that can be recycled, and things like that. Very little organic waste is in our waste stream, which I think is kind of driving a lot of these costs with these new legislative programs. So I will end it there. I would like to next formally open the public hearing. Rachel, do you have a comment or
Sorry.
question?
You were saying if you're not on if you're on city wastewater, it's not better to put your stuff down the garbage disposal, because then we just have to take it right back out. So if you're if you have your own waste system, then that works great. If you're on wastewater, if your wastewater is going to our wastewater treatment plant, then anything you put down your garbage disposal, we just have to use energy to get back out of the water. So that's not preferable if you're on the city wastewater. Sorry.
We've got a $6 million press that'll do wonders to get that out of the wastewater. Thank you for that. I would like to formally open the public hearing now at this point. And there goes the gavel. Amy, do we have any comments from the public on this item?
We do have one public comment that was received earlier. It was emailed to the council for their review, and it's available in my office. I will show a copy of it on your screen now. Let's see. And that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Tisha, while we've got her here, I know we've talked about this before when we've had Recology before the council. The CRV stations, I think we had a few in town, do seem to be diminishing or gone. Is that something that Recology is involved with, or those private entities? I've heard the challenges with recycling and why it would seem those are getting more difficult because folks aren't in the market to take that material anymore. Do you have anything to add to that, Tisha?
What I can say is that this is a bill that was developed in the 1987. The good news is a new bill just came out, Senate Bill 38. SB 38 was just released, I think in June or July, and that puts now the responsibility, it's supposed to revive this whole bottle bill program and make it easier for folks, businesses to run this program, because you're right, it's diminishing. And so they need to revive it. And this bill is supposed to basically help get us there. It's putting it on the beverage container folks to basically determine and figure out ways to utilize those funds to help revive the system and get folks back up and running.
Okay.
And John and I will continue to kind of see what options we have in the community. If it's not at the transfer station, because we've a bit grown out of that site. There's, the number of customers that we saw come in to utilize that system really backed up the number of customers that wanted to use it just for a transfer station. So are there other options? Can we do a portable, vehicle, which is basically set up, and I've thought about this in my previous company, where you create a portable van and it goes to a site and sets up for a couple days during the week. So we create another option for customers, and those are all things that we're happy to look into. I think one of the biggest concerns for the Auburn transfer station is just that we've outgrown that, and it's also nice to see that SB 38 was passed, so that will help revive the program as well.
Great, thank you very much for that. With that, I'll go ahead and close.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I just, with regard to the public comment that we just got, thank you, Tish, for that. Anything we can do, I love the idea of the mobile van, that we set up or what have you, but anything we can do to help encourage, recycling and in that, because right now the CRV, we have a private business that's doing it and the lines are backed up. I'm hearing complaints all the time, and people want to do the right thing. They want to do the right thing, and they are entitled to that. CRV. So anything we can do to help facilitate that, I would be very supportive of. And I thank you for thinking outside of the box on that.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Sorry,
Council-
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, John.
This is a big issue because for every container that everybody buys, they're paying a nickel.
Mhm.
And basically it becomes a tax. CRV is to get the redemption value back. That is that nickel per container that everybody pays. And really the obligation is supposed to be on the supermarket. Technically, you're supposed to be able to take all of your cans and bottles back to the supermarket and get them done. That doesn't work so much.
Not anymore.
Tisha is talking about the idea of some type of a mobile. There really is an industry out there that's been working to suppress redemption all over. And it really is a shame that the state has done such a poor job in funding and supporting the recycling centers that are back. But I will tell you that absent some type of a buyback center locally, here we have one, and Councilmember Doug Calvillo is absolutely right. If you got 2 hours to spend, nobody's going to go spend 2 hours in line to go and do that. The closest facility to us is down in Roseville, 2 hours. So you drive a half hour down there, 2 hours in line. Who's going to spend all day? There needs to be some relief in this because, like I said, it's just a huge tax. And quite frankly, the MRF is the one who's going to cash in on this thing because most of us have no place to throw. You might as well just throw the cans in the trash can. And the biggest crime out there are the plastic bottles that we buy, all those single-use water bottles that everybody uses. So I can assure you, as we sit down, and not only do we have to talk about SB 1383, but we have the landfill that we need to talk about. We need to talk about redemption. This really is a customer service thing. So I can assure you, we're going to talk about it. Tish and I have already started talking about some of these things. Over the course of the next probably 9 months, we'll be talking a lot of trash on stuff. So get ready.
All right. With that, thank you, John. We'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll move on to a motion or additional discussion. Council? Anyone?
I move we approve. We approve the rate increase with Recology for solid waste collection services reluctantly.
I'll second it.
Under discussion, Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned, we don't have a very detailed justification for that 20.5% increase, and it's frustrating to me. But I understand that this is a fee that is a pass-through fee, that Auburn Recology, they should not be burdened with having to cover those costs if we don't increase our fees to our ratepayers. Unfortunately, I know they can't do it. And I do look forward to a discussion about our opportunities to sit at the table to discuss future issues with regards to the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. But with that said, because this is a pass through, I will vote in favor of it. But I am doing so begrudgingly and really just putting the MRF on notice that I'm hoping we can have a seat at the table and at least be part of these discussions.
Yeah, duly noted. I think that was clear, and I would look to the city manager to kind of forward that conversation about opening the dialogue with the MRF and the board and continuing that discussion. Riddell Harris, you had your hand up.
Yes, just a point of clarification. John said that this rate ceiling was for 1 year, and when I'm looking at the item. It says a resolution to approve a 2-year ceiling for 21-22 and 22-23, but I'm confused.
No, that's the standard resolution. Typically, the practice of the city has been to approve a 2-year rate ceiling. In this case, the reality is that we'll be bringing it back again. So we're using the standard resolution, which is 2 years, but I will tell you that this will only be for 1.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, Amy, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Berlant,
Begrudgingly, yes. Aye.
Amara,
Aye.
Dowden Calvillo,
Aye.
Riddell Harris,
Aye.
Mayor Spokely.
Yes. So we're going to move into our public hearing items. We're going to go with item 12 because we have some, item 13 because we have some guests speaking. I'm going to just advise everybody that between item number 13 and 14, we'll take a 10-minute recess because this meeting, I think, will go fairly long. So we'll go ahead and start with item 13, redistricting Placer. Sounds like we have a presentation by Jan Christensen from the CEO's office.
Good evening, Mayor Spokely, council members, City Manager Dunleavy. Pleased to be here tonight. I am Jane Christensen. I serve as the Assistant County Executive Officer here tonight to share with you a bit on Placer County's 2021 redistricting process and timeline, which is uniquely constrained this year, as the following presentation will show you. I understand that Miranda Glick of our staff, together with your control room, have got the presentation queued up. So awesome to put that on screen.
Our control room would be Amy Lynn, but yes, they've got it.
All right, I trust you guys can see that.
Yes, we can.
Terrific. Well, next slide, please. As you all know, the census is completed every 10 years. It impacts funding for schools and other critical public infrastructure, reflecting the shifts in population over the preceding decade. It helps define legislative district boundaries in compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act. Next slide, please. It also ensures compliance with the California Elections Code, providing basic criteria and process, considering in this order the integrity of neighborhoods and communities of interest, the integrity of cities and census designated places. If you're wondering what that is a place like Granite Bay that has a clearly identified sense of place, natural and artificial barriers, and geographic compactness. We're all familiar with the term gerrymandering, which is redistricting of an earlier day that reached far outside a contiguous boundary to define a legislative district, which today's laws do not permit. Next slide, please. Here you'll see a map of our current supervisorial districts. The 4 districts clustered in Mid and South Placer, and a rather significant District 5, which comprise areas of Auburn all the way to the Nevada border. Again, huge district, but again, geography is not the decision rule when it comes to redistricting. It is the electoral population, which is driven again by the census. Next slide, please. Part of why we're here tonight, and frankly appearing before all of the city councils in Placer County, as well as we've scheduled quite a few meetings in August for sub-regional meetings with the community to let folks know, as I've said before, we're really serving as town crier this summer to kind of let you know that because of federal census delays, we are receiving the information much later than we typically have. So we're trying to get the word out this summer to our city councils through community meetings that our census data will not arrive until September, which then sets the table for our advisory redistricting commission to begin their public hearings this fall in advance of referral of recommendations to the board in late 2021. Next slide, please. In a nutshell, our current timeline is essentially 7 weeks We cannot publish any redistricting maps or share them with the public until we have the census data, which, as this illustration shows, we will not receive until September 23rd. Whereas in previous decades, we've had 7 months to execute a robust public redistricting process. This year in 2021, we have 7 weeks, which is why, again, we're going out to our councils, out to our communities over these summer months to let you know about the redistricting process this fall, so you can mark your calendars and participate accordingly. Next slide, please. Some of you may be familiar with SB 594. Placer County was among the first local governments in California to advise the Senate Elections Committee of our concerns with this severely compressed timeline. We sent a letter in early April. It was followed up in late April by CSAC, the Urban Counties Coalition, RCRC, the League of California Cities, and the California Special Districts Association, who expressed similar concerns about this constrained timeline. Next slide, please. We've been at it, frankly, since January in advising our board about these concerns. February to May, we've been looking at preliminary census data. We have data from the American Community Survey as recently as 2019, but again, we can't publish anything until we receive that final federal 2020 census data, which we will not get till September. We've been advocating at the state level for SB 594 and keeping the Board of Supervisors apprised of our redistricting timeline and process. Last week, our Advisory Redistricting Commission held its first workshop. This was really to cover essentially Redistricting 101, very similar to what I'm covering with you here this evening, just to let them know about the unique constraints we're facing here in this year. Throughout this summer, we'll be meeting not only with cities, but with our communities through sub-regional informational meetings. Again, setting the table for the Advisory Redistricting Commission workshops later this fall. Again, setting the table with their recommendations for board consideration and action on the revised boundary maps, which are due to the state by December 15th. Next slide, please. Our outreach strategy has been significant, not only with our website, which launched on May 11th, news releases, social media, weekly newsletters, and email blasts for those who sign up to receive updates, the regional stakeholder engagement, again, with our cities, with our communities, and those sub-regional community informational meetings, which have been scheduled throughout the month of August. Next slide, please. How to participate now. Follow us on social, visit our website. Our redistricting information is featured front and center on our homepage. That will take you to all that you need to know about redistricting in Placer County. Sign up for updates. We've had well in excess of several hundred citizens already sign up for updates on our process so they can keep apprised as this process unfolds in the coming months, and take the survey to identify your community of interest, your concerns that you wish to be brought forward to our Advisory Redistricting Commission this fall. Next slide, please. placer.ca.gov/redistricting is the aforementioned county website. It includes our public meeting schedule, frequently asked questions on redistricting, a mapping hub where you can weigh in with, again, mapping suggestions for your particular community, subscribe to updates, and take the survey that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Defining your community survey. The survey in a nutshell talks about what bonds your community, where is it located, why should it be kept together, and drawing your community, again, with the mapping tool available on our website. Next slide, please. And mark your calendars. Again, given the severe constraints on our calendar in 2021, those public forums and community meetings this summer, the commission hearings this fall, really advancing the recommendations to the board in November and December for final adoption at the very end of 2021. Next slide, please. I'd like to pause a moment here and really thank our County Registrar of Voters, Ryan Ronco, who has prepared this Redistricting 101 video, perhaps a bigger review for council members, but perhaps of interest to the viewing public on what redistricting is, why it's important, and how you can take part in the coming months. If we can cue the video, please.
Hi, I'm Ryan Ronco, your Placer County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to talk to you about redistricting, which is the process of adjusting or redrawing the lines of Placer County's 5 supervisorial districts. By law, this takes place every 10 years following the federal census and is happening in every county in California right now. District boundaries for federal, state, and local elected offices are redrawn to reflect new population data and shifting populations that are identified in the census. The 5 elected county supervisors are required to represent approximately the same number of residents, and the district must reflect the county's diverse population. District lines can shape a community's ability to elect the representatives of their choice. So I encourage you to learn more about this process, get involved, and let your voice be heard. Why does redistricting matter to me? Redistricting determines which neighborhoods and communities are grouped together into a district, which is represented by one elected supervisor. The county seeks input through a public process in redrawing the next district map. This means you have an opportunity to share how you think district boundaries should be drawn to best represent your community. To the extent practicable, district lines are adopted using the following criteria. First, a district must be geographically contiguous, meaning there cannot be pockets of land drawn that do not connect to the main district, and each supervisorial district should share a common border with the next. Second, all efforts should be made to minimize the division of local neighborhoods and communities. Third, the geographic integrity of a city or census-designated place shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. Fourth, boundaries should be drawn along natural or man-made boundaries, such as rivers and main streets. Fifth, districts shall be drawn to encourage geographic compactness, not bypassing nearby populated areas in favor of distant populated areas. And lastly, boundaries shall not be drawn for purposes of favoring or discriminating against a political party. How to get involved? Visit the Redistricting Placer website for more information. You can sign up to receive redistricting updates on topics such as future public hearings, workshops, view maps, or our online redistricting timeline. Most importantly, you can participate in the redistricting process by providing feedback online. You can even draw the area of your community that should be kept together. Who is responsible for deciding the new supervisorial district boundaries? The effort is supported by a multidisciplinary team of staff from the County Executive Office, the Elections Office, and the Community Development Resource Agency. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors will take action to approve the final map. In accordance with a new state law, an advisory commission comprised of Placer County Planning Commission members will hold public hearings, receive public input, and ultimately make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. The process will include engagement from communities throughout public hearings and outreach that is designed to develop district boundaries that are representative of the county's diversity, population, and community geographic design. Visit our website for more information or to provide input. You can also email us with any of your questions. Thank you, and we hope you join in the process to help redraw your districts in Placer County.
Again, with thanks to Ryan Ronco. That is our Placer County version of Schoolhouse Rock, for those of you who recall a certain era. And I appreciate the chance to share this information with the Auburn City Council and with your Auburn community, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Jane, thank you very much for the presentation. Well done. We get the process and understand normally it's a much longer timeline that's afforded to us to adjust to the census data. Is the change and the condensing of that timeline purely due to COVID, or are there other factors that are at play here?
Well, I think it was frankly, it's federal census delays, which are due in part to COVID and due in part to the transition from one administration to the next. And I think the current administration's desire to do a little bit of quality control on the data they feel that was gathered under a previous administration. So that's about, again, at the local level, as much as we know. We just know that, as I said earlier, heretofore we have had 7 months for a process. Now we've got 7 weeks. And so we're doing our level best to reach out to everyone this summer to say, mark your calendars, the window is narrow, and here's where you can participate.
And I'll open this up, obviously, the rest of the council for questions for you, Jane, but it seems to me like trying to, fit a 7-month typical process into 7 weeks is just wrought with opportunity for challenge and dispute and controversy. I mean, I presume you're keeping a positive outlook and hoping that you can get this done in 7 weeks. It seems to me trying to get all of the diverse aspects of redistricting and the varied opinions of redistricting aligned in a short amount of time is a pretty daunting task. You're optimistic with your outreach to us and to the other elected bodies and to the community. You're going to be able to get this done, I presume.
Absolutely. I mean, we're between a rock and a hard place as a local government in that the federal has certain census, the federal is delivering the data to us late. The state says you can't publish any maps till you get the final data. Concurrently, the state's also saying for counties, you need to have this data into us by December 15th. Cities have a bit longer. I believe they have until April of 2022. But counties are between that rock and a hard place. So part of why we're getting the word out to everyone this summer is essentially to say, through no fault of our own, this window is severely constrained. To the board's credit, in February, they appointed an advisory redistricting commission. As you all may know, in past decades, the board itself has decided on redistricting maps. But I think, as we all know, Placer County has seen more growth in the last decade, particularly in South Placer County, than we've ever experienced before. And so we expect that will drive potentially significant changes in our districts, in our mapping, which is why we're doing our level best to get the word out this summer.
Thank you very much, Jane. I'll open it up to the rest of the council. I see Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo had her hand up first. You're muted, Alice.
Thank you so very much for the presentation. And I really applaud the board's efforts to get this done under the severe time constraints. I know it's almost impossible. We really do appreciate all the work that you're doing and the outreach that you're doing to try to ensure that all stakeholders are represented. And if there's any way that we as a city can help with that, I'd love to be able to post something on our city Facebook page, a link on our website, for example, because this is a decision that's going to affect all of us. And so, with that said, I'd like to ask our city manager to make sure that our website has this information and that our Facebook page also has information as to direct folks to where to go to participate in this process. And again, if there's anything that we can do, please let us know. And thank you so much for all your efforts. It's tough. You've got a very difficult mandate.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvillo. I would encourage, if you're going to link to anything, link to the meetings section of our county website, which publicizes not only all of our city council briefings and includes links to those very briefings, but also a number of sub-regional meetings that will be happening in August in East Placer, Mid Placer, and South Placer, where we have an opportunity to connect directly with the community on their redistricting concerns.
Great, thank you. So I'm hoping that staff are making a note of that, because anything we can do to help facilitate and ensure stakeholders can participate is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Riddell Harris.
Thank you so much. That was a really great presentation, and I like the Schoolhouse Rock version. It's very succinct and it's very clear so people can really understand. So I appreciate that. My question is around the number of supervisors. I had understood that there might have been a question as to maybe adding some supervisors. With all the growth in South Placer, there's the assumption that District 5 will possibly even get larger in geography. So, and it's already pretty wide trying to go to meetings in different places and trying to, get the supervisor when she happens to be in different locations, because it's just such a big geographic area. Can you, for other people, talk about that discussion or the thought around not adding more so that way there'd be smaller geographic areas?
Absolutely. This was an issue that was brought up by our 2019 Charter Review Committee, who even back then kind of understood that some of the growth in South Placer might well result in a redistricting scenario where District 5, which is already huge, would get even bigger. We looked into that. We did a deep dive, not only with our Community Development Resource Agency, but with our clerk recorder, registrar of voters, Ryan Ronco, to say, what can we do? Because this is a challenge now that will only be more challenging post-census. And what we found was, unfortunately, the decision rule for the size of a district is population, not geography. And so, the concern was, even though, again, that Charter Review Committee looked at potentially increasing the number of supervisorial seats, what we found is that even if we went from 5 supervisors to 7 supervisors, it wouldn't change the dynamic at all because of the population growth in South Placer. So instead of having 4 mid to South Placer supervisors, we'd probably have 5 or 6 versus the 1 in District 5, simply because where the population resides. So at the end of the day, our Charter Review Committee concluded that adding more government overhead was not desirable, that instead could we look at potentially recommending to the board, which they did, equipping the District 5 supervisor with more staff going forward so that they have the support they need to cover a now wide and potentially expanding geographic area post the 2020 census.
Great, thank you. That's just, it's really helpful for some people to understand how that works and how adding more just may not solve the problem. So thank you.
No, we had the same challenge. We went before our, as I said, advisory redistricting commission last Thursday, and they raised the very same question about, can't you make it smaller? And it's like, the decision rule for the feds is population. So again, you have to kind of deal with the hand that you're dealt. And so we're trying to kind of make it work within that context.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions from the council? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much, Jan, for your presentation tonight. Ronco did a great job on a Schoolhouse Rock video there. I'll have to congratulate him next time I see him. So appreciate you guys coming tonight. Thank you so much. And well, I forgot, Amy, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
I saw you pop up. I thought, okay, I forgot something. So thank you, Amy. Thank you very much, Jan. We'll go ahead as the clock tolls to take a brief 10-minute break. Actually, let's do a 9-minute break. According to my computer, let's reconvene at 8:10 if we would, to continue on.
Thank you.
Thank you. right, thank you everybody for being prompt. I appreciate that. Wait one, oh, nope, let's go ahead and Sandy will join us, I'm sure, in just a moment. We'll go ahead and get the next item up and going. That's item number 14, the Systems Committee presentation by the Committee on Technology-Based Business Practices of the City. John, are you going to kick that? Maybe John's not back. Maybe I started too early.
John's here.
John's here. Are we going straight to Samantha? Is she going to kick this off?
Why don't I kick it off a little bit, and then I'll turn it over to Samantha. So Mayor and Council, tonight you're hearing a presentation on probably what I think is one of the most important initiatives that we've been working on internally over the past 6 months, and that's working on our systems. And really the goal is pretty simple. First is to look at ways of modernizing how we do business, how we issue permits, how our financial management systems, looking at the idea of integration, but most importantly, how we adopt item programs which make it easy for our customers to do business with us, namely the public. And back just before the first of the year, I appointed Samantha Davis from the Auburn Police Department and John Rogers, Battalion Chief with Auburn Fire, to head a group of the city staff to step back and evaluate how we could improve our overall internal flow of information, our internal flow of processes, and to put things in place which would inevitably lead to better services and more effectiveness in how we do things. So with that, why don't I turn it over to Samantha and let her explain what the Systems Committee has been doing and give you an idea of some of their recommendations. So Samantha, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, I'm gonna get used to all this programming. You guys are much more ahead of me. So thank you for the introduction, City Manager. My name is Samantha Davis. I'm with the Auburn Police Department. And I was fortunate enough to co-chair the Systems Committee project that we're trying to put together here with the city. It's a very exciting committee for me because we've been able to do a lot of these things that we're talking about here over at the police department, and now we're able to bring them over to the city. So I do have a presentation here put together for you guys, and I'll give you a little bit of background on it. Obviously, this is going to be affecting most of the city personnel. So you could ask, why do you have somebody over at the police department putting something together for the city? I view my role in this committee as that it is my job and my responsibility to get ahead of any problems that they're going to come across when they're trying to initiate some of these systems. So I'm trying to look at it from a higher vantage point, seeing what types of things can I get ahead of, what types of things in discussion of infrastructure for our phone systems, our data lines, our radio lines, to be able to put together these types of systems that will be able to help us streamline how we do business. So that's going to be a lot of my discussion tonight, is my recommendations on what the next steps are going to be. And then I'll also dive in a little bit to the system that we are going to be recommending as part of this project to make, again, those business operations easier for a day-to-day functionality. Okay, so again, just to reiterate, the Systems Committee's goal, we've been working on this for about 6 months. We came together in December, started kind of pulling back the layers a little bit as to see what types of things did we need to work on, what types of things did we want to accomplish. And I think we were able to sum it up pretty good with the goal of the System Committee is to improve the city's technology and the system integration to improve productivity, effectiveness, and accountability to better serve the citizens of Auburn. Again, I think that the systems committee as a whole, we can look at a lot of different things, and we're going to be able to use this committee to accomplish a lot of things. At this point, we are really just diving in, and we're going to be going through the infrastructure first and putting together the big chunk of systems and the ones that are really going to make the biggest difference right now. So the first order of business for us here is John and I, my co-chairs, that we had pulled back the layers and tried to look at what is the current costs and the city infrastructure, how are we set up right now. And when I'm using this word infrastructure, what I'm referring to again is the data lines, our phone lines, our radio lines, and this is throughout the entire city. So we're talking about City Hall, airport, courtyard, water treatment plant, the police department, fire departments, the whole thing. And what we started discovering is that the infrastructure that we currently have put in place is not able to handle the cloud-based technology that we want to start throwing at it. So mainly that has to do with the current data lines that we have put in place. We realized that a lot of our current data lines were somewhat piecemeal together. There was no large network plan. There was no network that we had put together. At one point, we all sat down. It looks like, we'd said, add a line here, we need a line to this building, and so on and so forth. So we kind of piecemealed it together. Obviously, that's going to have its downsides. We're not having as good as a connection that we could as an entire city. Also, that's going to be more expensive for us because in the eyes of like Wave Broadband, for instance, we're paying for a line here, a line there. We're not paying for an entire system. So that's something that we're going to be recommending that we accomplish as well. The third thing that we started noticing is that each department, mainly within the city, has all of their separate systems. There was really a lack of integration between all of the departments, even though they're under the same housing in City Hall. They weren't able to share information quickly. Most of that is being done manually, and obviously that's causing time constraints, and we could be using staff time better. The last thing here is that we also have a lack of automated processes for our citizens. We have very minimal things that the citizens can do from our website. A lot of them have to come into City Hall and actually have a conversation with somebody or over the phone, things like that. But how can we get the businesses and the citizens being able to conduct business directly with the city and doing that online? That was another one of our goals that we want to accomplish. And right before we get off of this slide here, if you can look down on that left-hand corner, approximately at this moment, we're paying about $152,000 annually for this infrastructure that is not cloud-based. It's not able to handle it. And we'll talk about that a little bit later through the presentation as to what we can do about those costs and how we can improve it. Any questions so far? Because I'm going to go really high level, so you guys just slow me down if you need me to.
Nope, you're good.
Perfect. Okay, so on the right-hand side here, this is the citywide area network design that we're proposing. Very complicated, but it is showing how we are wanting to set up our network. We've been going hand in hand with our IT services that we contract with through Protronics, and trying to figure out what's the best way for us to do business, what's the most cost-effective, and how do we need to have these networks set up. So this is a basic diagram that shows you all of our main locations: City Hall, the airport, the police station, the fire departments, the corporate yard, and also the water treatment plant. So showing you here how we're all going to be interconnected, and we're all going to each have our own lines, but they're all going to also fail over onto each other. And then in the third regard, they're also going to have a cellular failover, just in case everything else goes down. Let's say a wave line goes out, we're still going to have the internet. So without getting too technical, all of that is really going to improve our daily functions and our daily connections. And obviously with the ongoing advancements of technology, this is really something that we've been waiting a long time for, and it's very exciting for me. So like I said, we're going to be consolidating all of our data lines, our phone lines, and our radio lines. This is for costs, and this is for the improvement of our connectivity, our reliability, and it will also allow us to go to a cloud-based program. First, we're going to be trying to implement Office 365 and then Tyler Technologies, which we're going to discuss a little bit in depth here in a second. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So Tyler Technologies, we reviewed a lot of different options within the City Hall realm of what type of program do we want to use. And this, again, is all just a software. There's hundreds out there, but we really tried to look at what were the top ones that we're able to find within local municipalities to be able to help us do our daily businesses. So this is going to be one software that's going to touch multiple components or modules within our city. So you can see there to the left, it's going to be finances, it's going to be HR, customer relationship management, permitting. We're going to have a module for reporting, a transparency module, which I'll get into depth with. And then there's also going to be a training module that we're going to be purchasing, and that's their version is called Tyler University. So this is going to allow us to be comprehensive and integrated and manage the city business functions. We're going to be streamlining business processes and providing a user-friendly interface to promote use and productivity. Also, what I was really excited about here is that we're going to be able to integrate directly with our GIS. That's kind of something that's going along hand in hand with this project. But again, we're going to do a really high level at the moment. We're going to be redesigning our current GIS. So there's no reason why we shouldn't have our Tyler technology system direct connected with that. And there's going to be a lot of benefits that are going to be tied to that. And again, there, just the last bullet point is that this system is fully cloud-based. So no purchasing of servers. We're not going to have to maintain any of this. We're going to be directing out to the cloud. It's going to be self-maintained, and then all the information is going to be pulled back to us. So get to the next slide, please. Okay, so for me, picture's worth 1,000 words. So I wanted to give you guys a couple of screenshots here of what I'm talking about when we're discussing these certain modules. The first one here that you see there is going to be the financial management suite. This is going to be our general ledger, our budgeting, preparations, bank reconciliations, account payable, reporting, positive pay, and secure signatures. They also have a purchasing module, which is within this suite. There's going to be asset tracking and project accounting. So off to the right-hand side, there is just a quick little view of what one of the dashboards are going to look like and how user-friendly and easy it is going to be for us and all of the department heads to quickly be able to see really whatever they want to see. They can design these dashboards, whatever is important to them, and I'm sure that's going to change from department to department. Let's go ahead to your next slide. A quick screenshot of the personnel management suite. This is going to be our HR payroll potentially if we want to use it. Again, all of these different modules, they're all just depend on how we want to use them. They really rely on us to tell them how we want to use the software. So we just pulled a quick little bullet points on what the system is capable of, and then we get to pick and choose how we want to use it. So there's also a cool little piece in here is that they're going to have personnel management like a self-service portal for all of the employees. So that's that bottom little bit there that's going to have all of their data, like onboarding, any tax information, any contacts. So we can have a citywide type of, all of that information shouldn't be just on somebody's calendar or on an Excel sheet. All that information should be available to whoever we choose to have the ability to view it. Also included in this is a time and attendance. Again, I know we've worked on something else at the moment, so it's just an option on here. You can go to the next slide, please. So the customer relationship management suite was really cool. So this is going to be an interface that is available for us to use on our website and allows easy online payments. So there's just a little quick screenshot of what they've put together for like a self-service portal. Again, just trying to integrate updates to the technology that our customers, the citizens of Auburn, would be able to use and be able to manage themselves without having to actually come down to City Hall or the police department, things like that. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So this is InterGov. InterGov is their version of a permitting module. There's some screen captures there. That top one is going to be what it looks like from the community's perspective. They should be able to upload all of their permits. Again, I say should because it's something that we haven't made the decisions on yet. How do we want to use it? The system is absolutely capable of it. It's just how and what do we want to allow our citizens to be able to do. So those discussions are still happening. But as you can see here, it's going to be used for community development, citizen self-serve, and submitting those online payments. And this integrates directly with GIS to where they can actually see, where is my my parcel number. I want to specifically, highlight a certain location and things like that, which all data we have within the city, we just want to make it more accessible. Then the bottom there on and the right-hand corner is going to be a dashboard example of what it would look to for somebody in permitting, to be able to track those numbers, you know, who's applying for permits, which permits are we looking at, what is the growth, and things like that. Actually be able to track them and have it to be a system that can be looked at from multiple people within that same department. And then also somebody, you know, let's say that if HR or finance needs to be able to look at something that's going on in permitting, all of this information is going to be able to be shared quickly and very pretty. Next slide, please. So the transparency module, there, that first little screenshot there where it says City of Tyler. This is going to be something that's fully customizable, and we will make the decision on what we want to have presented on our website. But it's going to be a lot of the financial summaries, whatever we choose to put on there. But that kind of gives you a screenshot there of what it's going to look like and what type of information we can allow the public to have. And so it's kind of an exciting tool to be able to put, you know, budget numbers up there, put your fiscal amounts or whatever we choose to do. All of that integrates directly to our website and also updates automatically. So like, let's say every year we want to be able to present a certain budget number to the entire city. All of that information, once it's put into the system, will automatically update the website. So again, just trying to use that staff time as best that we can and be able to offer the customizable programs and just make it as efficient and integrated as we can. Go ahead to next slide. The next three here are just really quick. The reporting, they have about 650 standardized reports that are built into Tyler Technologies. Obviously, we can always make additional customized ones, but they just come with 650 standardized reports. So it really gives us a nice jump off there for us, since we're kind of coming out of a field here. So also they do a document management. All that means is that they're able to scan and log all of the documents depending on how we want to use it. And then they also have that Tyler University. They have 450 online training videos for continued education, and also onboarding is typically when we're going to see it, to where they can, you know, look up whatever subject they're wanting to get more versed in, and they're able to, the employee is able to make those decisions. Let's go ahead to next slide, please. So as we're going through this, you're going to see these 6 titles here of implementation for the infrastructure. And again, I'm going to go really high level, so I hope I don't lose anybody, but I wanted to break this down as simply as I could to show you guys what actually has to be done prior to the implementation of a software program. So we're going to kind of start from the bottom there with the deploying of updated hardware at City Hall. That's already taken place. So we had to update all of the computers to be able to handle Microsoft 10. So that's where you see there in May 2021, that has already occurred. The second thing there that is actively occurring is the integration of the email migration for Office 365, kind of the first little chunk there. Mainly we're doing that because of our server is we don't want to put any more money into the email current server. So we're kind of doing a half transition there. The next big piece that we're going to be doing is Wave Broadband. That's going to be actually physically updating the fiber lines, and that's already started. We're making sure that the connections that we're proposing are actually physically in the ground. So that's why that's going to be the longest little chunk there, with the longest days to complete. Towards the end of that, we're going to be doing the Wave phones, which again is just taking, currently we're using Vonage. We are going to be consolidating everything with Wave based on costs. And we're going to be redesigning how our phone system works. There's also little pieces of that we weren't happy with the current system. And that's also going to help us speed up our connectivity. The last thing there is that after all of the Wave broadband fiber lines are put in place and the Wave phones are taken care of, we're going to be going fully live with Office 365 and doing a full file migration and full launch. That's going to be able to help us with a lot of our different processes. Just with 365 is much more integrated. Once that is completed, then I would recommend that we're going to start the implementation of Tyler technology and actually take a look at the software once all the infrastructure has already taken place. Any questions on this?
Nope, doesn't sound like it.
Okay. Again, I apologize. I'm trying to go really high level without boring you guys and just keep it to high level. Okay, next slide, please. So the proposed costs. So there is a little chart for us here that we are going to have higher costs in the first year. We have a lot of built-in one-time costs that are going to mostly hardware. In order for the network design that we're recommending, it's going to require that one-time cost. That's going to be the hardest piece of it. And then there's also licensing fees for that hardware, and that's where you're going to see that those costs are a little bit higher than typical. Also included in that is going to be the implementation cost for Tyler Technology. Obviously, their staff time to be able to design it, their training time to get everybody up and running and things like that. Year 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're going to see are substantially lower because we are decreasing our monthly costs and also getting so much more for it. Any questions on this one?
You know what, I guess I'll ask the question here. So I understand the startup costs for Tyler Technologies, and I've got more questions about that, but maybe wait till the end. So the years 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, it looks like they have an annual subscription / maintenance fee of $81,000 a year for the city. Is that what I'm seeing there?
Correct. So the first year, that implementation and the subscription costs are included. And that's when you're seeing the 203. And then going forward, it's just a subscription-based software. So that 81,000 would be a recurring cost.
And is that technical support, or is that just subscription fees?
That is everything. So that includes the Tyler University, their training, their software support, and also the subscription. Since it is cloud-based, they're the ones that are hosting it. So that's what that fee is for.
Okay, thank you. I've got more questions, but I'll wait till the end. They're probably more global questions.
Sure. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I wanted to highlight what we have been able to accomplish within the last 6 months. So the AT&T lines, I can't do with hold on. Okay, can you guys still hear me? Okay, good.
Yeah, we can.
Can't do feedback. Spent too many years on the radio. I can't do it. Okay, so I really wanted to highlight that the AT&T lines, we were able to identify that there is currently 45 data and phone lines that we were able to discover that the city's been paying for and not using. So currently we're up to about $46,000 annually that we've been able to save right off the top. The Vonage lines, we are going to be replacing with the Wave phone lines. Very similar subscription process. It's just going to be with a different company, but again, being able to consolidate all of our services, that we're able to save that money. So we're looking at about $7,800 annually on the phone lines. The Wave broadband lines, we've been reviewed and consolidated, and the entire city is going to be on the one robust, organized network like we discussed earlier. And we're also going to be about 5 times faster with those built-in failovers. And as I mentioned earlier, all of the city's hardware and the desktops have already been updated in preparation for this update. Next slide, please. So I wanted to be able to also show you guys the numbers of what we are currently paying versus what's going to be proposed. So like I mentioned earlier, those AT&T lines that we've been able to identify that we've been paying towards and not using, we're going to be saving substantial money. And that's calculated out to about a 69% savings on just AT&T alone. So there is going to be some lines that we are still currently using with our current infrastructure, but we're able to actually transfer a lot of those over to either our Wave phone lines or the Wave data lines. So you are going to see a higher cost in the Wave lines and a little bit lower cost in the phone lines, because again, we're able to get those costs down because we're consolidating. So the annual total cost that you're going to see is actually less than what we're currently paying for our infrastructure, just by pulling back those layers and taking a look at it. So that was very exciting for me. On average, we're at about 20% annually, again, with a much more robust system, a much more organized system, and we're consolidating all of those. It's going to be much more organized, especially for the IT people. We had a lot of confusion as to what line was handled by what company. So this is going to remove all of that. And next slide, please. I think that's all I got for you. All right, that's all I got. What do you guys have for me?
There we go. Sorry about that. So I've got lots and lots of questions. I will let the council start. I think I saw Rachel's hand up first, so I'll let Rachel go. Daniel, if you were first, sorry.
I'll let Daniel go. He was first.
All right, sorry.
Well, I'll be really quick. I don't have a lot of questions. Sounds like the rest of you do. First, Sam, thank you so much. A lot of good information. Any idea or what safeguards we'll be putting into place to ensure that lines that maybe we don't need in the future, that we more quickly identify them and get those shut off? Because that's a big cost savings that you have found. But you know, that's a lot of wasted money that this city has unfortunately wasted. So just curious what your group may think of how we address that in the future.
The nice thing with the system with Tyler Technology or whatever software program that we choose to use is that all of this information is going to be a lot more accessible. It's going to be a lot more organized. We found that when we were just trying to even dive into this, that getting the data that we needed to out of our current processes was very challenging. So for us to be able to say off the bat, hey, Wave, how much do we spend in Wave and what are we spending it on? We're losing that. That's not an easy number for us to get out of our current process. What we actually ended up doing was worked in reverse, and we reached out directly to our vendors. So we went hand in hand with Wave. We went to AT&T and said, what is the city paying for? And then we went to their notes and we had to dive in really deep and figure out what we were actually paying for and why. So to answer your question, I'm really hoping that this system is going to help us do that. The other piece of that is that we need to make sure that we are taking into account the recommendations from our IT consultants. So they've made these recommendations for a while, and I don't think that we've been taking them. So this proposal that we're putting together has been hand in hand with them the entire time. This is what they've wanted to implement for a long time. So by having that and us being able to have everything consolidated in our Wave, we're going to be looking at our Wave bills and say, how much are we paying? What lines do we have? And what are they for? There's no reason as a city why we can't get those answers, and very quickly too.
Great. Well, thank you. With Tyler Technologies, how did the procurement come about? Was it a program and a software that you found, and so you were able to do a contract, or did we put it out for some type of bid process?
We did not put it out for any bids. We actually looked at two main ones based on recommendations that we had from other cities in the areas. So we looked at, like I said, two other ones. This was the one that really jumped out to the rest of the systems committee. This was kind of the portion of it where I had went to the back burner because I don't know their daily functions. So we spent a lot of time demoing, looking at how the city's current businesses and how we could fit them into this software program. That we were able to all come together and as an entire systems, because we looked at HR, we had finance, we have permitting, and all of the different functions that go on at the city made their recommendation as to, hey, this is the software that we wanted to go forward with. And so that's what we're going with at the moment.
Okay. And then you introduced the personal management suite, but I guess I kind of took away that we might not be using that it was an option, but are we planning to use it for our HR and payroll? Okay, I see John's shaking his head. So that leads me to my question is it fully compliant and built in for FLSA employees that are non-traditional 40-hour plus employees?
Sure hope so. Speaking to somebody who is, yes, I sure hope so. And the reason I kind of gave two answers on that one was because I know we transferred over to a different HR payroll and attendance software. This one is kind of up to us. So as a city, I think we need to make that decision. They're fully compliant. They're able to take in CVS files from if somebody chooses, like, with the police department or the fire department, right? We like to have our own systems. They can take all of that data and implement it into the management suite. The other thing that I thought was really cool about this module that they have is that it had an entire employee self-serve piece of it. So it's not just for HR to look at, it's also for them to be able to, manage their benefits, take a look at, onboarding types of things, and they can actually customize it to whatever role they're going into.
Well, again, nice job finding the savings, and I look forward to the transparency that this truly brings for putting data accessible, not just to us, but more importantly, the public. So job well done, Sam. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Riddell Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I've worked on IT projects before and I know they're not easy. It's especially hard when you have multiple departments all trying to work together to decide on something and move forward with it. So I appreciate the work that you've done and the entire committee. So thank you all very much. And for finding the savings, that's very exciting. I wanted to ask the city manager as a larger question. It sounds like we're putting in new lines. Is that what's happening in order to meet those needs? And should we be looking at, we were talking in general about the city needing to have better data throughout the whole city. Should we be looking at that on a larger scale versus one business does it at a time and pays for those infrastructure fees for each individual business? Because it's not just the city, but it's all the businesses in town that need to make sure that they have that capability.
Yeah, no, that's a really great question. And it gets along the lines of some of the things that both Samantha and John have looked at. For us, we're making the big leap on upgrading our overall plug coming into us. But I can absolutely assure you that as part of our discussions regarding the American Rescue Act, is that comes through the idea of finding solutions. I've already had the people from Protronix contacting Wave and AT&T and possibly others to upgrade our overall broadband capabilities to give us that access, because the fluidity of these systems as we put them in, so much of it is to be not only provide information, but to get information, to have customers contacting us to pay bills. At the end of this, practically every regular permit that we do should be able to be done offsite. You can imagine that every heating and air conditioning company and electrical company and everybody is going to have an account. So when Samantha was showing the customer portal on that stuff, these folks should be able to instantly go in, sign in, and get that. But for us, our strategy starts with us. We need to have the integration we need the ability to have those systems which are all talking to each other. And also, most importantly from this, Samantha talks about Tyler University, the ability to train and constantly have our employees knowing our systems. We have the antiquated approach of people learning on the job. Or even worse, people coming in that you hire and they bring whatever system they brought from wherever else they worked and they try and integrate it into us. At the end of the day, we're going to have the way that the city of Auburn does things. We're going to have integrated programs. We have those reports. We're going to have training. So when an employee starts with us, they're going to have very intensive onboarding. The idea is that we're going to have systems that people can learn, that we can implement, that we are in many ways be a good technological leader within the community, because we certainly can't talk that talk unless we can walk it. And in our case, we're looking at making the investment on the overall system so that when people say, oh yeah, the Auburn, they've got their act together, especially with our most important customer base, especially the ones doing business with our building, planning, engineering, and most importantly, with our finance department. Last week, we talked about the issues with the airport. Right now, I can tell you that our finance systems don't necessarily talk to each other. Today, we had a discussion about dog licensing. Dog licensing is 100% on the honor system in Auburn. We send no billing. We don't even input the data that we get on your dog. And those are things that we're going to correct into, like I said, the integrated system.
That's great. I'm really excited. As someone who does almost everything online and is really not a paper fan, I'm really excited that we're going to have access to all of this and the information. And then the great part is once we customers participate with the city, our residents participate, then we'll have their information and we can use that for marketing or whatever, letting our residents know things that they might be interested in, like if they're builders in the area or things like that and new things come out. So I think it's really great to have all these systems talk to each other. And I'm really excited about the asset management system. That's always really helpful to have. Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you so much. I'm a huge fan of making sure we have the technology that we need in order to be able to function appropriately and efficiently, especially with the small number of staff that we have. So giving our staff the tools and resources they need is key. So thank you. I appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it really does go back to the fact that we're missing the mark on a lot of things because of our lack of technology. I mean, we're able to leverage a lot more technology than what we're currently using. And by doing so, I think we're just going to see the amount of change that we're able to make very quickly. We did this at the police department. You know, a year ago, we went live with a CAD RMS system and we've seen it tenfold. The amount that we're able to integrate within our system, and I'm really excited to see what we're able to take from the city too. I mean, on a day-to-day basis, you know, having building permits, having dog licensing, like the CM mentioned, those little things that we look for the city to maintain. Sometimes we're not able to get those. So it's really going to help in all of the departments within the city, not just your technical, like your permitting and your finance, things like that. We're going to see an improvement with the fire department, with the police department, with the water treatment plant. So I'm really excited as well.
Great. Thank you very much. It looks like Councilwoman Amara is next.
Actually, I think Councilwoman Alice Dowden-Cavillo.
Alice, you got to change the color of your hand. It's
I agree.
behind your picture. I can't ever see it, so I'm sorry.
Oh, how funny. I don't know what I mean, make a purple hand or something. I don't
Different color.
Anyway, I don't know. I'll work on it. You know what? I am so incredibly excited about this. It's about time. I have been advocating for us to move into the next century, for 20 years. And, I remember when we first established actually built a website, and wow, it was just so exciting. You know, other agencies or other cities hadn't taken that plunge yet, but the city of Auburn did. And then it just kind of we stagnated from that point. But so I'm just really excited about this. And I know I've been talking to John about it. I've been talking about whoever will listen. It's phenomenal. It's going to, people having the ability to do business online at any time, to get status updates on their proposals or projects or what have you, is just phenomenal. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate the committee's time and energy. I know this is something that you're doing in addition to your day-to-day duties, and there's a lot of work involved in this. So thank you so very much. But I am incredibly excited about it, and I thank you so very much. Just a couple of quick questions. I love that we can have the ability to apply for permits and so forth. Will we have the ability to eventually download CEQA documents? Do you know? Maybe that's a question for John.
I don't know what those are.
Probably one of the biggest things is that it's going to help us upgrade our overall presence. Is our website going to need to be updated? Yes. But realize that one of the things we'll talk about tonight is, for example, our capital improvement program and the ability for all of these systems to be integrated. Samantha pointed out there are 650 different reports that are in there. As we move into an asset management system and a project management system, the ability literally for you to go on to sludge dewatering, click onto that, find all the planning documents, find the CEQA clearance, find the project, go back, see the drawings, see the status, when is it going on? All of those things are literally going to be as fast as you can click your mouse. And it's the idea that people are going to have all the access to it. And for you as a council member, the thing that's going to be the best benefit is you're going to be able to see the budget. You're going to be able to see where we're at on the budget on various things. And, obviously there's a lot of integration in that. Follow up to one question, as far as looking at different programs. Right now in California, Tyler Technologies and a system called OpenGov are the ones that really are sweeping California cities. And depending on both size and the overall sophistication, we looked at both of those. And I like to tell everybody that you have to buy the type of car that is most reliable for you and that you can afford. And in many cases, this is a real solid Honda Accord for us. There are some Lamborghinis out there, but we don't need the Lamborghini. We need a good, reliable car, and that's what Tyler is. And our staff have gone exhaustively through all the programs, and that's why they're bumping this way.
So then in particular though, John, will we be able to download CEQA documents or access CEQA documents for projects and things of that nature? Because those are such voluminous documents, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
All those things linked literally for key projects that we have, you'll be able to link into the project file and see the documentation on that stuff.
That's great. So then we don't have to necessarily have copies of those. And then it sounds like we'll have an intranet also. So we'll for city employees, is that what we're suggesting? It sounds like.
We're going to have Microsoft 365. And in that, one of the things that they have are called Teams. And the ability for any of the members of the staff, you have access to lots of information. And if you've never had Microsoft Teams, it's like having your own little text network on things. We currently have, at least for me, I'm on 6 different teams. We have one regarding a project over on Blocker Drive that we have not only the applicant, but we have consulting staff, we have the internal staff. So it really is the idea of being able to crowd people, have one file. If we were all working on a project right now, for everybody who's on this screen, you would have 9 different files for various things, but the ability to organize, they have things called OneDrive, SharePoint, the ability for us, for 9 of us who are on this Zoom right now, to all contribute to the same document or at least put together all the same files. So
I think that it sounds like there is an intranet type of a system where you can access, normally that's just like a home page where you can access all these different types of programs from that only the city has access to. I can't imagine how they'd be able to do all this without having an intranet system, but it's not something that people think of as an asset until it actually is there and is something you can use for a tool. So I think that will be coming. It sounds like from what they're sharing about the technology.
Yeah, and that will be beneficial too, just for city communications. The last question I just want to make sure is that we are addressing cybersecurity, and with everything online, all the data online, I want to make sure that we are protecting that data and so forth. So could you just maybe talk briefly about how you're going to protect us from things like ransomware? I mean, maybe that's, I don't want to like divulge all our secrets, but I mean, I guess what I really want to know is just that you are taking that into consideration as we move forward.
Yes. I look at it through the eyes of the police department. And so we are probably going above and beyond what is actually needed for a typical city. We applied for a license that's going to be through the government cloud for our specific city cloud. So we had to put in a permitting process for that. And it took us about 6 months to get approved. That's already taken place. And that's going to be where all of our data is stored.
Okay, great. I just, again, with all these stories of ransomware and everything else, cities and counties are not immune. So
no, absolutely not.
So I'm glad that we're including that in the dialogue here. So that really concludes the questions that I have. And again, thank you so much. I'm elated. I love this. So thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Amaro.
Thank you. I'm having trouble getting my lighting right. Anyway, thank you very much, Samantha. I'm very familiar with Office 365 and Teams, and it's wonderful. The Office of Administrative Hearings uses that. You know, and the bottom line is we're helping with in terms of cost savings, opportunity for dispersing information to the public, and that's so important. And also the ability for the public to have access and to be able to perform certain tasks that need to be done, like applying for different plans and licenses and that kind of thing. But my question is, can you could you assure us or give the public some assurance that people like me, I still like one-on-one. If I make a call into City Hall, will it be going through 25 prompts and never get a person? And will some of these internet interactive opportunities be complicated for the average person who maybe, isn't as familiar with the latest?
I think that's what's going to be nice with this system. Speaking to the system first, is that it's really hopefully going to end up allowing the staff to have more time to spend with someone who is coming into the office. Because the rest of those customers who maybe don't want to, like for myself, I prefer to do as much as I can online payments, things like that, to not have to go down to the actual City Hall and pull out their permits, look at the plans, things like that. So it'll allow them to spend more time with people who do prefer that way. The other piece of it is that the phone system itself, we're not going to really see any change to our software for the citizen side of it. It's still going to be the very basic, you call in, what department are you looking for? The nice thing for our employees is that it's going to be including more of that technology. And there's going to be little pieces of it that we're going to be able to have, like the lines transfer to cell phones. There's, again, to not go too much into a rabbit hole with it, but it is going to help our employees actually stay up to date on those types of things by using technology.
Thank you. And again, I really appreciate it. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity that Auburn is participating in. And so thank you for all your effort. I think you came to the right conclusion here. So thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Samantha, for the presentation. I've got questions and it's almost 9 o'clock, so I'll go as quick as I can because my clock's going to go off. So you seem very sophisticated in your knowledge of this subject, this technology-based subject matter. Do you have training in this? It certainly sounds like you do.
No. I'm a dispatcher, so I work with the technology and I can see how technology is going to benefit us, how it makes our job easier. So in that regard, I see the importance of it. But other than the rollout of our CAD RMS system that we did here, other than that, no, I don't.
Okay. And I love the CAD RMS system. I've appreciated the technology helping with reporting and all of the information flow. It's been fantastic. So one of the slides showed a transfer from, I'm presuming, and this is my presumption, we had a bunch of AT&T lines, many of which weren't being used, that you identified for significant cost savings for the city, which is fantastic. Thank you for that. Over to VoIP phones. And my experience has been, both personally and professionally, VoIP phones are only as good as your connection to that internet service provider. Is a service that Wave provides to City Hall, to the fire department, to the police station, and all of our other city facilities, is that service stable? Is it, and I say this with some context, and I'll share that with you in a moment. My question is that service, in your opinion, stable?
Yes, so the nice thing again with, I hate to keep using this word over and over again, but by us consolidating and making it known that our lines are city lines, that we're police department lines, we're fire department lines, first responders, that we have to have the priority over basic lines. If we were to go into some type of catastrophic emergency, those lines are going to be prioritized over typical business lines. And that is not something that was happening or is happening currently. Because of those lines, they were all individual and they weren't identified as city lines. So that's going to be one of the biggest benefits for us. The second piece is that we should also, I don't know, it's more of a technical question, but if they're actually going to be able to go over those LTE lines that we're proposing, because a lot of our data is going to be going that direction. If we were to have some catastrophic, let's say, like one of the big issues we have had that I've experienced at the police department is that apparently a lot of the lines that are coming into the city from Wave happen right there at the on I-80 and like Newcastle. And we had somebody run into that power pole that dropped my CAD RMS. So things like that can affect it. And that is why if we are able to build in this network, we would be able to go out and use the internet connection to be able to keep business going day to day. So yes, the system will significantly improve that.
So, and again, thank you for all your work. I'm just trying to make sure we can't completely understand the direction we're heading in, and I'm all for the automation. I'm all for the accessibility. I'm all for streamlining things for our clients, our citizens. But converting entirely to a data system means that we're entirely reliable on that data line. And I've had many businesses approach me that work in downtown Auburn who have said, if we don't get better internet service, we are leaving the city of Auburn, and they're taking all of their employees with them. And if I recall correctly, when we had the situations where we had the power outages, we had half of City Hall, maybe it was City Hall, the police station I think was still up. I know that PG&E has been working on some conversions, but if power goes out, VoIP lines go down, and LTE is a good option. Apologize for the background. LTE is a good option, but AT&T also went down. So while I'm all in favor of modernizing and converting to things, have we thoroughly vetted our options here with Wave versus AT&T versus, I guess we're done with our options as far as, high-speed internet to kind of backstop this approach, this game plan for modernization?
I would rely on our for Protronics with our IT consultants to be able to kind of answer that question a little bit better. Because I understand your concern, because I have the exact same concern with the police department. And so for us, the way that we look at it is that I have multiple servers that backs up my cloud-based data. Is kind of the simplest way to answer that. And that's something that we can definitely look at. I mean, I think that what would work best for the city long-term is that we're going to have kind of 50% ran on servers, and it's going to be our data. And then we're going to have some that's going to be cloud-based. So a lot of the technology is very stable right now, but it doesn't mean that things don't go wrong. I've experienced it, of course, with the PG&E outages. That causes a big problem. But what types of things can we put in place to be able to avoid those from shutting us down to be able to do business day to day? And we'll look at that as we start going on with this process and start experiencing some of those. We've been able to do it here at the police department. I mean, we can completely lose power within the city. And I can tell you right now, my phone lines are going to be up, my radio lines will be up, and my building will have power. So we're able to make those changes if we come across that.
That's great. And again, these are just questions and maybe data points to consider as the process moves forward to make sure that we're doing the best to cover all contingencies. The cloud-based stuff. Well, let me go back to the system that we're talking about. I've not heard of it, but Tyler Technologies. It sounds like city managers heard of it. You've certainly done some research, Samantha. What cities, what jurisdictions local to Auburn have utilized or gone the route of this Tyler Technologies? Is there any locally here that we could talk to, look to, if we were curious about how well the technology is working for them?
Great question. Off the top of my head, I know Nevada County is currently using it. We had John May with permitting was the one that was reaching out to all of the other agencies that are currently using it and was speaking with them as to what that list is. Unfortunately, I don't have that off the top of my head, but we can get an answer for you on that. But that was something that we looked at, and he did talk with them. Again, he's kind of a better person to talk with them about the day-to-day processes than I would be. I don't know permitting, so that's why he was the one that was in charge of having those conversations and making sure that, you know, a salesperson can sell us whatever they say works, but what is actually working and how is the implementation part of it too. And that's the thing that I really tried to reiterate throughout this entire process is that the city of Auburn doesn't have new problems. We need a cookie cutter based system. As the city manager said, you know, a good Honda Accord. That's what we need. And that's really what they was able to bring to us, is that they're able to give us a cost-effective method to fix a lot of our problems. And we can also customize it. Then we're going to have continued support. We asked all the questions on, you know, let's say that a new software was pushed out or a new upgrade within the system. Am I going to have to pay for it? Or are you guys just going to give it to me? So there's a lot of those types of questions that, and we have spent the last 6 months working with Tyler Technologies to discuss these things with them.
And I guess maybe the next question I have is for John. In Winters, did you guys utilize Tyler Technologies?
Yes, in Winters we used it. Grass Valley it went for the entire system. I think Placer County is using pieces of I think the permitting system. I was just going online to try and come up with some of the.
I tried that too, and they don't advertise very well because I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
But you've got experience with it, John.
Yeah, and the thing that I'll just share that I was very impressed with, and I think as our staff was going through it, is that it's a system that you become trained in. It's like learning how to use Excel or Word or something. It's Tyler Technologies has been out there really solid with communities that are our size, and they do have a very good reputation, and like Samantha said, they kind of fit our size as far as cities go.
But I might be coming from a bit of a scorned place, but we a couple of years ago, well, actually 3 years ago, made a significant capital investment in project management, accounting, and invoicing technology, and it was the most painful year and a half that I've ever had professionally, and I don't want to do that again. I certainly don't want to see the city to do that again. So I'm glad to hear that you've got some background and some experiences with this software and these modules, or whatever they're calling them, as far as different suites that can be utilized by the city. So that's helpful for me. I guess the last thing that I'll comment on is and question on is those maintenance costs. They from my experiences tend to start low and escalate rapidly. Can we look to some of our surrounding agencies that are utilizing this software to get an understanding from them whether their fees have gradually escalated, quickly escalated, whatever, as far as those maintenance costs? Because $80,000 a year to maintain technology or maintain software could very quickly double, triple. And once you're in, and you don't have many options. So that would be something I think would be a good thing to look into, and hopefully there's enough historic track record from some of our agency friends that we can reach out to get a better sense of where they've been, how that ride's been for them as far as those ongoing maintenance costs.
You know, I'm not sure if Samantha was the one. I know John was definitely looking into the multi-year costs on various things. You know, there's a reality is that we are getting into a wave that I think absolutely everybody is, because you're seeing so much technology, as we talked about, spyware and stuff that's getting into people's systems. The navigation into the cloud is where everybody's going. The idea of subscription-based programs. Microsoft 365 is the best example of it. You don't go to the store and buy a bunch of diskettes and load it onto your computer. It's all subscription-based. Tyler is the same, OpenGov, same. Everybody's doing that right now. And on one hand, it's a modernization of so many other things, but at the same time, they're using pretty common files, and hopefully, the one thing that they can't necessarily do is just jack up the price on everything, because at the end of the day, they probably cut their own throat.
So Rachel, I see you got something further. Go ahead.
I hate to interrupt, but we've got a long night, and I don't think this is actually leading to a decision tonight. This is just a presentation to inform us. So can we table the conversation till later and move on to the budget? Sorry, it's already 9:10 almost.
Yeah, meetings often go late, Rachel. Thank you for that. I do have a couple more questions. The Teams technology through Office 365 is a great platform. In fact, we've converted all of our Vonage lines, all of our VoIP lines. We've dumped them all, and we've done 100% Teams at my firm. So something to look into, I think, Samantha. If your conduit, your data connection is solid and reliable, you can look to other cost savings to dump some of those other connectivity, phones. All of ours go through Teams. Everything goes through Teams, and it's working out fantastic for us. We've been doing that for about 8 months now. So just another suggestion. All righty, any other questions from the council? Amy, any comments from the public on this item?
There's none.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Samantha, for all your hard work on this. Really do appreciate it. John, thank you. And let's move on to our budget, which is the big item. Next up is our operation debt service and capital projects budget for our fiscal year 21-22 final adoption. John, you want to kick this off?
Yeah, Mayor and Council. Amy, can you just go ahead and put the presentation up, please? So Mayor and Council, I'm going to lead off, and then I'll turn it over to Dandy Heath. Let's go to the next slide. So tonight we're going to cover 8 key areas, just an overview of the entire budget and how it was developed. We're going to talk about priorities. We're going to get into the actual proposed budget, the overall fiscal forecasting we're doing, an overview of some of our enterprises, and then ask the City Council to consider the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. All right, next slide. This is the overall calendar. We originally started back in February. We had 2 public workshops. From a staff standpoint, we worked with the various department heads to determine overall operating and capital outlay needs and integrate those with the citywide priorities and goals that we've talked with the City Council about. The one thing that Andy always stresses is the idea of preparation of an overall baseline budget, and then figure out how to consider the budget as we move through the entire process, which is also involved quite a bit involving COVID and our recovery from that. The next slide. Overall, there are 12 key budget priorities that I think dominate the overall city budget. Number 1, without question, is fire prevention and protection. And the recommendation that we're bringing forward tonight represents the lion's share of any increases or gains. The idea of looking to protecting our community from wildfire is our number 1 priority. We've included the tab for the 5-year capital improvement program. This is the first year. This is a baby step for us, which basically focuses on all the main fund projects and priorities that we're doing. Inevitably, as you saw in the systems presentation, we will have a more modern system for the council and the community to see the type of capital investment that we're doing and to be informed about it. We talk about capital management programs, and that's part of that integration into our systems. Economic development, we are adding a full-time position that will work in economic development. And this is going to combine working with probably what is our number one asset, which is the Auburn Airport Industrial Park, which houses some of our best companies, along with the idea of collaborating citywide to not only attract, retain, but also to create vitality within the community. You just heard the presentation on the modernization and technology of systems. This year, in the budget, it includes over 300,000 of one-time costs that are being built in towards the modernization of all of our technology. The budget includes a lot of things regarding our regulatory compliance, namely the landfill, our wastewater treatment facility, our stormwater, as well as our ability to meet the needs for things like SB 1386 that are coming down the pipe. Stormwater permitting will integrate what is known as an MS4 permit that will be very costly and work on things. We will stress employee development within our overall organization. And what I mean by that is, as we talk about modernizing the way that we work, we will talk about integrating, training, and coming up with the Auburn way of doing things. The fact that we are always incrementally strengthening our organization, developing the skills of our employees, bettering the overall services that we provide, and how we do that will be critical. We're going to involve strategic planning. I know that tonight there's going to be a lot of discussions regarding what we do with existing buildings or how we do various things. And a lot of that is going to require a strategic approach, which we will start with in July. We will be looking at our fees and service charges. One of the things that we know last week, as we talked about the airport, what was the first thing that we found out when we started doing auditing? We found out that our receivable systems are horrible. We know that a dog license is basically on the honor system here in town, but only costs $6. We know that if you want design review for a project, it only costs $33. Some of those things are just not sustainable and represent a massive subsidy of services by the general fund of the city. We're going to be working with our labor unions. We're almost there on labor agreements for the next 2 years, but we're going to be working to do things with our labor organizations, which hopefully are going to help us strengthen how we hire and compensate all of our employees. The street resurfacing and overlay program plays a very significant role in the overall budget. Unlike many cities, we invest a lot of money of our general funds into streets and overlay. And then finally, I mentioned we had the presentation and discussion tonight about ecology and our solid waste. Look out, because there is more regulation that's coming down in this area that has existed probably in the last 30 years. Next slide, please. The summary, it's a $33 million spending plan. About $8.4 million of that is carrying over from fiscal year 2021. And one of the things that we'll point out is that over 342,000 of that is in one-time expenditures. When you look at the overall spending plan over a 5-year period, this year we're going to invest some money out of fund balance into many of the investments in technology. But at the end of the 5th year, we are seeing very significant surpluses in our overall general funds and the economy. with that. The one thing I want to point out is that the ARPA monies are not included in any of the discussion that we'll have tonight. All of that will be dealt with separately. Next slide. In it, we include, we'll talk a little bit about the reserves, and Andy will do that. This year, we are ending our fiscal year with over 5.5 million, almost $5.6 million in reserves. That's a 42% reserve on 13 million that we spent this year. For fiscal year 21-22, we see just a slight decrease in our overall reserves because we're going to use some fund balance on some one-time expenditures. That still gives us a 37.5% reserve on this year's $14 million general fund spending. Our spending in excess of expenditures in excess of revenues this year is $524,000. That's $342,000 in one-time expenses. The reality is that we're rolling from the current fiscal year over almost $387,000 of surplus that we will end this fiscal year. If you want to look at the actual difference in the fund balance in our reserves, it's about $279,000. And next slide. I've included a list of the one-time expenses, all the financial management, project management, asset management, our broadband, the things that we just talked about. In our services, we have a number of programs in fire prevention. We're going to have a fee and cost study, and then finally, stormwater permitting. Why don't I turn it over to Andy, and Andy will kind of check through the entire budget. So go ahead, Andy.
Great. Mr. Mayor, member of the council, for the record, Andy Heath, the city's finance director. What I'll do now is I'll go through the. Can you hear me? Am I on? Okay. Sorry. I heard something. Just go through the city's budget from a fiscal perspective and talk about some of the things that are specifically built into certain funds, some of the more important funds of the city. I'll go through this fairly quickly to get to a point where we can go over questions and comments. Sean mentioned the total budget for the city on the expenditure side for the coming year is just over $33 million. This is approximately 34.4% higher than where we anticipate finishing the year on the expenditure side at $24.5 million for the current fiscal year, about $8.4 million higher. As Sean mentioned, a lot of that has to do with capital carryovers, where there's a lot that moves from one year to the next in terms of capital that just it's either been started or just wasn't started at all. There's $12.8 million in capital that's budgeted for fiscal 21-22. And again, many of those projects are carried over. Some of the other notes from the citywide budget at a very high level, the general fund increases by about $809,000. There's some anticipated increases in labor costs that are built in for the 2021 year that we're just about to finish, the 21-22 year and the 22-23 year, consistent with some of the conversations that have been out there in terms of labor. So those costs are built in as a line item into the budget. We also have the inclusion of the $500,000 in overlay out of the general fund. And then there's some one-time costs that John mentioned for $332,000 that are added in. Now, all of that adds up to a lot more than the increase of $809,000 when you look at the total. And that's because you have the impacts of the pension obligation bond, which is actually saving the general fund money for the coming fiscal year built in. And when you see the forecast, you can see what the future looks like just because of that reason alone. You have $9.5 million of capital appropriated in the airport and the sewer funds. One thing that did not move over for the first year in many years in the 21-22 is the Nevada Street project. And the Nevada Street project is completely closed out. So there's no more funding being allocated to that. And then we've talked about this a little bit earlier. The total overlay capital that's budgeted for the coming year is $1.7 million. And some of that is carried over in the gas tax fund from fiscal 2021 into next year, and we'll go through that. If we go to the next slide, please. This is just the citywide budget and the total capital. We mentioned there's a $12.8 million capital plan. You can see the general fund has about $933,000 of that. Much of that was just discussed on a one-time basis. There's funding built in for an enterprise system implementation and also the wave hardware upgrade that's out there. And then again, the re-inclusion of the street overlay funding of $500,000 from the general fund. You see some other projects for the airport fund and the sewer fund. And these projects were put together this year in terms of what we thought we'd be able to at least start and hopefully finish by the end of the year. So there's a different approach being taken to capital and not just budgeting all the capital that's out there, but more so budgeting exactly what we think we're going to be able to accomplish in the coming year. In the transportation fund, you can see there's some street overlay and some paving money that's built in there also, $355,000. And also the pavement management program is budgeted in the transportation fund, and that's to look at the overall pavement condition index for the city and actually get that updated. And then some storm drain rehabilitation is also built in. Transit fund, on-demand transit system is built in. There's, I think, about $60,000 for that. And then a new bus. And then we have the vehicle leases in the property seizure fund. And then we added a couple more things that the police department needed to keep them out of the general fund. And that was the PD flooring and a purging project over at the police department as well. Gas tax, street overlay makes up the largest, actually the only capital project in gas tax, $850,000. And keep in mind that that gas tax not only includes the highway user tax that accrues to the city, but it's also including the RMRA money, which was discussed earlier tonight as well. That's that SB1 money. So that $850 is not only the carryover from the previous year, but it's the new RMRA money and the new gas tax money that's going to be used towards street overlay. And then in your FEP fund, the Facilities and Equipment Replacement Fund, City Hall Security, to look at how the fob system around City Hall and some of the security at City Hall is set up. There's a project for that. And then there's $100,000 put in for a fire truck set aside, recognizing that a replacement fire truck is on the replacement schedule for the fire department. And then starting to set aside money, at least set aside money for a replacement of a new fire truck. The $100,000 should pay for the new lease to the extent you get into a 5 or 6 year lease program for the fire truck. So, but we'll wait to see what actually transpires throughout the year. But nonetheless, setting aside that money will be a prudent thing to do. Next slide, please. This is the staffing for the citywide budget. And you can see that we're recommending that the citywide funded full-time equivalent positions, otherwise known as FTEs, is 88. The 7 firefighters that have been temporary for the last year and a half and funded in Fund 63 and offset by strike team, pre-positioning costs, certain grants are now fully funded in the general fund and recommended to be fully funded in the general fund and are funded throughout the entirety of the fiscal forecast that you'll see in just a couple of slides. There's also 2.0 FTE administrative assistants. One of those will be for the city manager, and then one of them will be for public safety. We have an economic development and planning manager that is being added to the budget, and that's a shared cost between the general fund and the airport department, the airport fund. We have a part-time accounting technician, which currently exists, being transferred into a full-time position in the administrative services department, recognizing that you have a new finance director, administrative services director coming in. There's a lot going on. You've got a lot of technology initiatives on the table. Those technology initiatives that you're planning on implementing in the future will require extensive resources to do them correctly over a considerable period of time. So having this position in the Administrative Services Department will be paramount to the success of those implementations. Another dispatcher, a 1.0 FTE dispatcher. There's also a maintenance worker and public works being added. And then we have the reclassification of a public works and planning director to a public works manager. And then similarly, the reclassification of the transit manager analyst to an administrative analyst position. You took 2 positions, you kind of made them a little bit different in the way that they manage the operations in the city. And as a result, this actually results in a little bit lower cost to the city as well, specifically the general fund. Next slide, please. Reserve levels, so assuming that whole citywide budget comes to fruition and we end up fiscal 2021 as it's discussed in that slide a couple of slides ago on that citywide budget, and furthermore that we actually bring in all the revenues that are anticipated for 21-22 and spend the money that's recommended to be appropriated for 21-22, this is what the reserves would look like at the end of the day in each of the funds that are budgeted. The designated general fund reserves do include a pension reserve at $1 million. And you may recall that that pension reserve had been $2.2 million in years past. But since we've done the pension obligation bond, recommending that this reserve actually be dropped to $1 million, because the funded ratio for your CalPERS liability will actually be 95%. And in fact, is scheduled to be close to 100% in a couple of years because of the year CalPERS is having this year on their investment portfolio. It's anticipated CalPERS will at least make double their discount rate, which is 7%. So look for a 14% or higher return when they actually announce those returns in late July for the fiscal year last year. So there's really no need to have a $2.2 million reserve anymore. You've actually bonded for that. You've created budgetary predictability in your CalPERS costs in the future, and lowering that to $1 million is probably a prudent thing to do. The economic uncertainty reserve in the general fund remains unchanged at $2.7 million. But you can see the general fund still has about $5.3 million plus in reserves in totality. There's also a police department donation reserve that's created for the sale of the patches that have been going on for a couple of years. So about $5,756 has been collected for that. So that's set aside specifically for a purpose that has to do with those police donations. The unused committee and commission reserves for fiscal 2021. So any unused portion of Arts Commission money, of Economic Development Committee money, of Endurance Capital Committee money, of SHAC Committee money, any portion of those will be recommended to be carried over when this budget comes back to you next, either at a quarter end, which I would recommend because of the COVID uncertainty, or at least at mid-year, to actually consider that for the future, to look at how those committee and commission unused monies carry over and whether or not they may be needed for the future. So we'll be watching those really closely. The all-in general fund reserves represent about 36%. John went over that. Without the capital, if you take out the one-time capital from the general fund, the all-in reserves represent about 39% of the budget. So that's a very prudent number as well. The sewer fund designated reserves include a SRF debt service reserve and a connection fee reserve. And then the designated reserves in the impact fee fund, and these are fees collected for a specific purpose as new development is undertaken. It can be used for those specific purposes. And this is where that tree mitigation money actually is to the tune of more than $200,000. Next slide, please. Looking specifically at the general fund now, you can see that the estimated amounts for the city that have been updated just before the budget was put out. So we've been keeping pretty good track of where we think we're going to end up for fiscal 2021, which actually ends a couple days from now. But the estimated amounts for fiscal 21 will be just under 14.2 in revenue, offset by just under 13.8 in expenditures, to generate a surplus of approximately $400,000, $386,000. That is pretty likely to accrue. The big anomaly there will be sales tax and the way the final quarter of sales tax comes in, but I don't anticipate it being anything less than what we've received at least over the last 2 quarters, and that's the way this is budgeted. So it may come in a little bit higher than the 386, but I think 386 is a very comfortable number for the current year. The fiscal 21-22 proposed budget of $14 million in revenues and $14.6 million in expenditures proposes a use of reserves of $524,000. And keep in mind that all the revenues that have been built into the estimated amounts for fiscal 21 and the anticipated amounts, estimated amounts for fiscal 22 are all COVID adjusted. The COVID crisis is expected to fully wane by the end of fiscal 21-22. So that's the way this budget is set up. The biggest thing that's out there right now with respect to COVID and the most impacted revenue source related to COVID for this city is sales tax. So we've been working closely with HDL, the city's sales tax consultant, to really try to understand exactly where we think sales tax is going to be going, especially for the coming fiscal year. And this budget is put together consistent with what they've put out. So they're paying extremely close attention now to all the cities that work with them on sales tax just because of the COVID crisis. So essentially, we will use the 2021 anticipated surplus towards the 21-22 use of reserves, and for the one-time expenditures, basically of $332,000 that we've talked about that are built in. Next slide, please. This is just a general fund budget. This is just a representation of exactly where the majority of the general fund money comes from, and you can see that is in taxes. Taxes represent about 82% of the budget, and of the total budget in the general fund, sales tax is the largest single source at 46.5%. Property tax growth is pegged for the coming year at 4%. Could come in higher than that. Many other cities are projecting higher than that. So hopefully, if it does come in a little bit higher, we'll make that adjustment. And then sales taxes and TOT are expected to recover from their COVID-19 impacts by the end of the fiscal year. So starting in fiscal 22-23, you'll see some back to normalcy. Next slide. These are the general fund expenditures. You can see these are all the departments in the general fund and where that money is allocated to. One thing to point out on this slide, like most cities, the city of Auburn puts more than half of its general fund towards public safety, with 53.2% of the total budget in the general fund going towards police and fire. There's also a small portion of that debt service that you see at the top there in the green piece of the pie for just over 1 million, and the CalPERS UAL for 287,000. Some of that is related to public safety as well, but because we've done the debt and because we paid everything off, it's hard to calculate that. But public safety is typically between 55 and 60% of the total budget for Auburn in the general fund. So that's just what this shows up. Next slide, please. Just some other notes to round out the general fund and some of the things that we've talked about. The proposed budget does include the estimated impacts for fiscal 2021 and fiscal 21-22 salary increases. And the model, the forecast also includes estimated impacts for the 22-23 salary increases to the extent they've been negotiated for. So that's $322,000 that's been built into the budget. Committees and commissions and community contributions are budgeted at $135,000, just over that. You can see the Arts Commission there, $36,500. Economic Development, $45,000. We have a new committee, the Sustainability Advisory Committee, being recommended with a $10,000 budget. Durham's Capital Committee, $9,500. SHAC at $2,500. Undesignated sponsorships was increased to $7,500, consistent with some of the things that came out from the workshops that we had with the City Council and the public. And then we have the annual contributions to both the ACTV program and the Placer County Library for $12,000 each built in. Next slide. This is the newly updated pension chart. So this is the chart that the mayor likes to see so much. And this chart is significantly changed from the past. And what this chart now shows is the savings that will accrue to the city as a result of issuing the bond. What you see there.
I like this chart way better, Andy.
I'm sorry?
I like this chart way better.
Yeah, it looks a lot better, doesn't it? Yes. So the blue bar represents normal costs, which is the percentage of payroll that the city pays each year to its existing employees, or for its existing employees, to CalPERS. The orange bar represents the former CalPERS UAL costs. So you can see that was steadily going up from 1819 to 1920 and 2021. And for next year, it's slated to go down. And then after 2 years from now, it goes away completely. The reason why it goes away completely is because we're expected to be at least 100% funded by fiscal 23-24, consistent with what CalPERS is earning on their portfolio this year. So that's what the current trends are saying right now. Now, one caveat I'll put into this as well. If CalPERS makes a lot of money on their portfolio, part of their whole approach to the way that they are doing business now is to lower the discount rate from its current rate to something lower, to take advantage of that large increase in investment returns. So speculation is that CalPERS will drop from the 7% to somewhere 6.95 or 6.9%. Okay, that will artificially make another unfunded liability, but the goal there for CalPERS is to really level out the amount of the increase in the gain that results, or the increase in the unfunded liability that results from the decrease in the discount rate with the investment return. So to be seen, but we hope that it's a minimal, if any, effect at all. But you can see there that the green bar represents the debt service on the new pension obligation bond, and that is fixed. Starting in 23-24, that's not going to go up very much, if at all, each year. That red line represents what we would have paid to CalPERS without doing the pension bond. So you can see that for each one of those years, increasingly into the future, we're saving about $500,000 in the general fund. And this is just for the general fund. Very good thing, issuing the bond. It is resulting in immediate budgetary savings for the coming year and all future years in the forecast. Next slide, please. And this is your forecast for the next through 26-27. You can look at the 19-20 actuals, which we put about $172,000 in the bank. The 2021 mid-year slated at about $386,000. We've talked about that. So that's about $550,000 that will have been put back into the general fund in the last 2 years. And then essentially in 21-22, we're recommending using that for a lot of one-time things that you've already heard about. Fiscal 22-23 is essentially a balanced budget. $10,000 deficit is, for all intents and purposes, a balanced budget. And then you can see it grows from there systemically with conservative increases pegged for sales tax and property tax. In other words, I just put 2.5%, 3% in for those and TOT tax into the future. So there's also expenditure costs built into here. The other thing that's built into here is the overlay. So there's $500,000 in overlay that's built in to this forecast for every one of the years in the model starting in fiscal 21-22. 1.5% growth in TOT. 2% cost of living for all non-personnel related costs, so supplies, materials, contracts, those sorts of things all grow by 2%. And you can see that the budget for the city of Auburn, once a lot of this one-time stuff is implemented and plays itself out, becomes very sustainable. One thing I will mention too is that I did work with the technology committee and found out what the ongoing costs were going to be as proposed, and those are also built into this model from a general fund perspective. And keep in mind, many of those costs that were presented tonight are actually distributed to other funds other than the general fund. So the costs that you saw tonight are not solely for the general fund. The sewer fund will pick up a share, the airport fund will pick up their rightful share, and any other core operating fund in the city will also pick up a share to the extent they benefit from any of the technology or one-time expenditures that are being proposed. Okay, next slide, please. So very quickly, just go through some of the other funds. The airport fund, you can see that we have a $976,000 revenue budget, offset by $806,000 in expenditures. At the end of the day, the airport fund is slated to have just over $2.3 million in fund balance available to it. So that fund balance has been growing nicely over the last several years. There is one project slated that will have FAA entitlement funding associated with it, and that is the helicopter parking program. And then the other large project is the pavement management program, a $75,000 project there. And when you look at the airport fund and you take all of the ongoing revenues that actually accrue to the airport fund, things like hangar fees, the tie downs, the leases, all that, and you subtract the ongoing expenditures in the airport fund, you get what's called the operating margin. The operating margin at the airport is about just over $350,000. So that $350,000 is what can be added back every year for use of capital, for future capital. So 2.3 million in the airport fund will remain at the end of the year. Next slide. In the sewer fund, we have a $6.675 million revenue budget, and essentially this is just the rates, which are not slated to increase for the coming year. And the expenditure budget is the $13.4 million you see there. Assuming we spend all that $13.4 million, the sewer fund will have about $8.4 million left at the end of the day, of which $1.28 million is reserved for specific purposes. Again, no increase. Some of the major capital projects include the sludge dewatering project at $6.3 million, which was kind of started this year, but it will have a lot of expenditures next year, or slated to have a lot of expenditures next year. New capital projects include the Fawn Creek Lift Station, $150,000, and the Borland Sewer realignment at $800,000. In the sewer fund, your expenditures, that $13.4 million is actually too high. As I was going through everything after the budget was put out, I realized that the debt service for the SRF, the State Revolving Fund, actually was finished in the current fiscal year. So there's about $178,000 in debt service that's noted in one of the schedules that will not be there. So I will adjust that with the final budget and get that out of there. So that just gives the sewer less expenditures and a higher fund balance at the end of the day. And then similar to the airport, the operating margin in the sewer fund is about $2.38 million. And that's needed because the sewer fund has a lot more capital requirements than the airport at this point. Okay, next slide. Gas tax fund, $640,000 in revenue. And this is simply all of the highway user tax money that comes in for the state's gas tax. And on top of that, it includes the SB1 money or the RMRA money in that $640,000. You can see that we're spending a lot more than what we're going to anticipated to collect in fiscal 21-22. And that's because we're carrying a lot of money over. There's a lot of overlay money that wasn't spent or isn't planned to be spent in fiscal 2021 that will carry over to 21-22, which is why you see a total of $850,000 earmarked in the gas tax fund for overlay. Okay. Keep in mind that the gas tax fund also funds the city streetlight maintenance and utilities costs, and it also funds the city street sweeping taken care of by the public works yard. That fund will have very little fund balance at the end of the day, as it's geared to spend all the money that we collect. Next slide. Transportation fund, about $782,000 revenue budget, $787,000 expenditure budget, so essentially a balanced budget. As I mentioned earlier, the Nevada Street project has been completed. The transportation fund itself actually takes some of the TVA money and allocates that, along with the Regional Surface Transportation Program money, the RSTP money, to the tune of about $355,000 in earmarks that towards overlay as well. So when you add up the gas tax, the general fund, and the transportation funding that is available for the city's overlay program, it's about $1.7 million. And keep in mind, about $400,000 of that is carried over in the gas tax fund from the previous year. Some of the new projects in the transportation fund include the pavement management program, the update of the pavement condition index study, $100,000 there, and then storm drain rehabilitation also, which is a new project for $125,000. And transportation will also have no fund balance at the end of the day, as we use all those monies typically that come in for a specific purpose. Next slide. Transit fund. So the transit fund uses the TDA money as well, and which is the Transportation Development Act money handed down from the PCTPA, in addition to the federal transit assistance, the state of good repair, the state transit assistance. There's the CARES Act money. There's CARES Act money that comes in for transit. There's a lot of different sources right now that come in for transit, but to the extent sources outside of the TDA money are not enough to fund our expenditure base for the transit program, we have to use the TDA money before we allocate that to the transportation fund for transportation related projects. So $1.1 million expenditure budget there. And this does continue to receive the majority of the local transportation allocation or the TDA funding to balance out this fund. Some of the new capital includes the purchase of a bus and an on-demand transit system that we talked about. And then just one other note here, which we also talked about, the reclassification of the transit manager analyst to an administrative analyst position without compromising service levels or program management in any way, shape, or form. Next slide. Property seizure fund. This is otherwise known as the asset forfeiture fund for the police department. These monies that are collected into this fund must be used specifically for police related purposes. You can see this year, that $188,000 in the estimated amount for revenue this year is actually what we've already collected. So it's pretty likely that that could be a little bit higher. So they've collected a lot of money in that fund this year. We anticipate spending about $95,000 of that. Next year, I've got a base budget of $100,000 there, which has been more than handily cleared for the last several years, and an expenditure budget of $197,000. That expenditure budget, in addition to paying for the police department vehicle leases that are paid for each year out of this fund, also includes that department-wide purging project for $37,000 and APD flooring replacement at $50,000. At the end of the day, assuming we do all those projects for $197,000 and pay for the cars, we'll still have about $81,000 left in that fund for the next year. Next slide. Special fire fund. This fund is completely closed out. So you can see this year, we anticipate $700,000 in revenue, offset by $700,000 in expenditures. There's about there's about $140,000 or $150,000 that's anticipated to come from the general fund in the current fiscal year to balance that out. All the rest of the $550,000 plus money will come from strike teams. Actually, it will come from strike teams, pre-positioning, and things that we already know that we're expecting. So because these 7 firefighters and the costs associated with them are moved to the general fund, this fund will be closed out, okay? The estimated net revenue of $45,000, which accrues from participation in these strike teams for the administrative and the apparatus replacement program, is actually added to the general fund budget as well on the revenue side. Keeping in mind that the potential for covering the overtime shifts associated with strike teams going out still needs to happen if we don't want to diminish the level of service associated with those 7 new people in the general fund. So we've averaged about $300,000 over the last several years in strike team collections. 15% of that's about $45,000. So this is just a guesstimate of exactly how much we think will accrue to the general fund by participating in strike teams. It will be new money and not be needed for the other $255,000, which will be needed to cover the overtime for the folks covering the people that are out. And again, this fund is slated to be closed out. Solid waste management, closed landfill fund. Again, the proposed budget, about $235,000 in revenue. That may go up a little bit. $290,000 in expenditures. Those expenditures just represent the estimated ongoing costs associated with what it takes to manage the closed landfill. Things like well monitoring costs, things like wastewater treatment, which varies depending on how rainy the season is, and all the other costs, insurance costs associated with maintaining the closed landfill. So you can see the revenues still aren't quite enough on an ongoing basis. The portion of the franchise fee that is collected is still not enough to offset those expenditures. If the wastewater fees come in a little bit lower, which they could, because they vary greatly, $70,000, $80,000 sometimes variance between one year to the next in those costs, then we may be able to make the revenue budget on the expenditure side. But nonetheless, the projected closed landfill fund balance is still expected to be negative by the end of the year by just over $300,000. We continue to work with Recology in the state on this project. As you know, there are some significant costs that could accrue to the city in the future for compliance-related activities for this landfill, and that's to be seen. But this budget doesn't build in anything like that so far. So that's your closed landfill. And then finally, the facilities and equipment replacement fund, $36,000 estimated in revenue, and that's just a couple of developments that are anticipated, and then $125,000 in expenditures. That $125,000, we talked about this for City Hall security, and then the $100,000 set aside for the purchase of a new fire truck, potential purchase for a new fire truck. The balance of that $93,000 can be used for any city building repairs and maintenance and other equipment replacement activity. Okay, so I will stop there, and John and I will be happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you very much, Andy, for the presentations. Appreciate it. I see Daniel's hand up first, so we'll go to Councilmember Lant.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have too much. Andy, thank you, as always, for breaking that down, easy to understand. My first question on slide 7, under the services, and this might be a better question for John. This was the slide. Well, thank you, Amy, for throwing it back on the screen. This is the slide that listed out kind of the services that we would expect to see under this budget. And specifically, page 7, there you go. Under services, it says fire prevention is a one-time expense. Can you expand a little bit on what that will entail?
Yes, exactly. So there is a third, I want to say it's a 35, I have my list here. Hold on just a sec. Okay, fire prevention, $30,000. So there is some $30,000 built in for fire prevention for assistance from, I think it's currently Mark D'Ambrosi, to assist with some of the things that is currently going on in the fire department for fire prevention. If the fire chief is on the call as well, he can probably shed some light on this. But I added that in as a one-time cost, and that's sort of what that is. So if Chief Spencer's still on,
he is.
Amy might have to add him.
Yeah, I just added both of them.
Okay. Okay. Did you catch that, Chief?
I did not.
You're muted. There you go.
Chief, I had asked the question about the one-time expenses for this year's budget listed fire prevention, and I was curious what that was.
Oh, yeah, great. Thank you for clarifying. So this year we're moving forward with an outside contractor that's going to come in, do some fire behavior modeling, some evacuation planning, really standing up an overarching plan for us to move forward with the risk assessment that we have within our jurisdiction. The output of those programs will one of the key elements that I look forward to is actually modeling fire behavior if we place a start in various locations. And obviously we're keenly wanting to evaluate if we get a start in a canyon, what kind of time frame do we have to actually evaluate and evacuate our constituents? And so with that information, that will help us as we plan forward. So those stakeholder meetings are scheduled to begin on the week of July 26th, where we will bring both Fire Safe Council, various stakeholders within the community, some elected officials like yourself to participate in that. And so it'll be about a 2 to 3 day process. And then ultimately we will have some data outputs that we can communicate out to really give us some good technical data and data points that we can evaluate on a go forward.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Chief. That's awesome. And so just to confirm then that's about $35,000, correct?
Correct. And it involves some GIS and some modeling and some various other things that we're doing that we don't have the capability to do right at the moment.
And so I take it then, based on that being the sole item, you know, the Measure S itself was what, about $2.5 million, give or take. Obviously, we're going to hopefully tonight fund the 7 firefighters at about $700,000 or so. So that still leaves what, $1.8 million of augmented items. So we're still not really doing everything that we had hoped to be able to do if Measure S had passed. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's correct. And we'll continue to look for opportunities to figure out how to bolster that, accomplish the goals that we've set forth in the strategic plan. We're at the point where now, as you know, we're going to update our strategic plan, come forward with kind of a refreshed version of that and continue to work forward with measurables that we can report out to both you and the community.
Great, thank you for that. Thank you, Chief. That's all I have on the fire department end, I think, at this point. Going to page 8, Andy, and this is for the police chief, and maybe you can answer it. You had it on a later slide as well, but specifically related to the property seizure fund, there's the project of purging. Can we maybe get a little bit more about what the purging entail?
I will let Chief Canan talk about that.
Hate it. Well, good evening, City Council. For the record, Chief Ryan Canan, I'm the police chief of Auburn. And, you know, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the purging side of it. So one of the things that we've experienced since I've been there over the last 2.5 years is really the internal struggles that we've kind of gone through in the police department. You know, we remember the D'Angelo case and something that occurred from 1970s. Well, the reality is we still had paperwork from report writing still in the police department. And that's an issue because we're not following our city's purge and policy. And you know, you just heard from our support services supervisor, Sam Davis, and she's really spearheaded this discussion on how do we get our purge and paperwork and those issues up to date. And we have a company that has provided us some information and some quote and some work on what they can do to help us actually get up to current times as it relates to our retention policy, our paperwork, and being able to actually have all the information. I mean, we have a whole room full of banker boxes and file cabinets full of paperwork from a long, long time ago. And, you know, that's one of those things that really, I mean, it keeps me up at night when you're talking about issues and people looking back and saying, well, if you're not following this policy, what aren't you following then in addition to? So yeah, it's a great opportunity. I'm appreciative of that. You know, our asset forfeiture fund is able to take that burden off of the general fund to get that done. This is one of those things that really, it's one reason why we participate in these different task force. So like I said, I'm glad that we can do it, take the burden off the general fund to get this thing done. But it's an extremely important aspect of what we need to do as a police management side of it.
Do you have a question before I move on to my next question?
Mayor and Council, the position going into the police department, this is one of the best examples of our need to modernize. Because in today's world, transparency, Public Records Act requests, and the perspective is in today's world, if you go on ancestry.com, people expect the data, and even the laws of today expect that data is readily accessible. And the idea that, and by the way, it's also punitive if you don't have accessibility to it. And this shows one of the greatest vulnerabilities we have and why we need to invest in the modernization here, is that if somebody comes in and says, I want all this data, under the law, it says you have 10 days to respond to them. And then you have to send somebody through and get all of it. The difference is between having a modern data system where you can access and retrieve. And for the police department, it's a massive vulnerability, because if we had some types of Public Records Act requests, the lack of our ability to download and put all that data into an accessible format that is accessible quickly, it could cripple some aspects of the police department searching for all this stuff. Because if you don't produce it, what can they do? They can get all their attorney's fees, they can get all of that stuff and cost you a lot of money. So I think the chief's overall strategy on this is really solid. And yeah, is it going to require adding a position? But down the road, that could be peanuts compared to not being able to sustain a Public Records Act request on something.
Great, thank you, John. Chief, thank you for explaining that. Look forward to that not being the top of your list, it probably should be the safety of our public and our employees in today's world. So thank you for explaining that. On the same slide, the street overlay, you later explained this one, Andy, but just I want to be crystal clear. The Transportation and Gas Tax Fund are paying, I think it's $1.8 million for street overlay. You had mentioned in a later slide that there's carryover money from last fiscal year. As you probably remember, there was carryover money from 1920 that we did not use. So I just want to be clear, did the 1920 money go into the 2021 money? And so when we talk about last year money being carried over, that 1920 money, $1920 is also still being carried over?
You can portray it that way. It rolls for the most part. So anything that's not used in a previous fiscal year will be carried over into the next year. So this is what we anticipate being carried over to next year. It'll all be trued up at mid-year. And I thought about this after the fact because there was a conversation about overlay funding. But I think what would be good for the council in the future is to have exactly how much money has been funded into overlay every year, maybe for the last 5 or 6 years, so you can see exactly maybe what the anticipated budget was at the beginning of the year and what was funded, so you can see that. But it just rolls.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'm just keeping an eye on that because obviously we held off during the pandemic, not knowing what the recession, if there might be a recession. And so I don't want to lose out on that money that we already promised our community we would pave roads with. So appreciate that. And then also, it wasn't very clear in your presentation, but the money set aside in the Transportation and Gas Tax Fund for street overlay, is that the same dollars that Menjo presented in Auburn for the Auburn Folsom project? Meaning, is all of the street overlay dollars in this year's budget going towards Auburn Folsom, and we won't expect any other neighborhoods to get overlay?
So all of the sources that Menjo mentioned on that one slide, and there was a slide that was part of that presentation, some of those sources are in the Transportation Fund, and some of those sources are in the Gas Tax Fund. Okay, so there's a carryover amount in the Gas Tax Fund that was mentioned. I remember that. There's the RMRA money that's mentioned. That's in the Gas Tax Fund. There's also TDA money, Transportation Development Act money, that is in the Fund 26. And there was also RSTP money, RSTMF or whatever, that is a Regional Service Transportation Program money that is also in the Transportation Fund. So yes, and all of that money is part of that $1.7 million for overlay.
Gotcha. So just to be crystal clear, all of this year's overlay money is going towards Auburn Folsom.
No, I don't think that's right, because Menjo says that in his budget estimation on Auburn Folsom, it's 1.2 going in.
That's right.
There's still $500,000 left to go into some of the other surface treatments. So.
Great. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate that. On slide 10, and I know we're not showing them and we don't really need to show them, but that slide 10 had the listing of the full-time positions that were built in this budget. Obviously, the biggest discussion point is those 7 firefighters. I just want to be, again, crystal clear because it doesn't say that in the presentation. Those 7 are funded, but those are now permanent positions, no longer temporary. Is that correct?
Correct.
So they are ongoing. We will be keeping them into
They are in the model all the way through
till a time. Fantastic. I know all of us will likely have comments for that, but I appreciate the clarification there. Next one on the positions, there was a reclassification of the transit manager. Menjo a little bit stumbled today on his own title, and so I don't know if this is a reason, but in here it says we're reclassifying the transit manager. Menjo is our transit manager. Where's he going?
Menjo's we're bumping him into the public works manager on an interim basis. The plan that we have right now is that quite honestly, we're going to go through and evaluate where he goes within that position, and we're going to kind of hold off just a little bit on the analyst position. But I'm just being very straight with you. We will most likely move to the analyst position and fill that.
I guess we'll look forward to hearing the recruitment process that goes on for Menjo then. I just want to ensure that Menzel himself still has a job at the city, because it kind of didn't make that clear in the slide. But thank you for that. On the committees, a couple quick questions on the committees. The EDC funding and the Sustainability Advisory Committee funding, there were some discussions at some council meetings about those dollars. Are those the full amounts that those committees had requested?
Yes.
Yes.
They were in the information that I looked up, yes.
So, and there was a more discussion, and John, this might be for you as well. There was discussion by the council about specifically related to the special events that were being funded and the fact that they're in kind of multiple pots. Was there any thought process on, are we just going to allow and we're going to have multiple committees provide funding for special events and sponsorships, or was there any discussion about kind of streamlining that?
Well, the idea that we get each one of the committees on board on this, because you're right, we do have multiple committees, multiple pots of money, and the idea of overlap on various things. The amount of money the EDC is going to have is a very generous amount of money. And I think probably even they recognize up front, they need to come up with an overall process. But the idea, at least from the administrative standpoint, is we need to avoid overlap of various levels of funding. So if the council decides to go ahead and fund, that doesn't necessarily give carte blanche to the committees to be able to go out there, because I think a very clear expectation from the council is that we're going to shepherd all of this to maximize those revenues, because there's no doubt this is a very generous amount of money that is put into the budget, and the ability of the various committees to get on the same page as far as how it goes, and that we maximize the use of that money. It's just not going to be a slush fund that goes out without some certain results, and I think the committees recognize that.
Okay, great to hear. I'll hold some comments about that fact, so I very appreciate that. My last question is on page 25, and this is the Solid Waste Management Fund for the closed landfill. Andy, the $300,000 that fund is projected to be in the deficit, what's gonna bring that to zero? Is that a general fund transfer?
I mean, ultimately, at some point in time, it's the general fund or some sort of debt, which will be backed by the general fund, or increases in rates will cover that $300,000.
If I might add, our discussions with ecology, with the water board on various things are going to determine an overall direction on that. As we talk with Recology, as I mentioned before, we're going to have a lot of discussion regarding this, because this is not necessarily a debt to the city's general fund. It is a debt to solid waste over a very long time here in Auburn. So there's the solution for this is going to be multi-pronged as far as how we're going to do it. If we can reduce some of our costs for our obligations to the regional board, that's where you have some savings. Is some of this going to have to go in to probably looking at future rates that people are going to have to pay? It is, but it really is a combination, because the idea that the city's general fund is going to carry a solid waste burden in perpetuity, that might be pretty tough. And it's just, we talk about the burden of the regulatory process that goes on, and it's in every single bill that we pay. And unfortunately, that's one of the tough things we're going to need to look at as we look at our Recology, the franchise agreement that we have with them, what they're obligated to pay, what we're obligated to pay on it.
So to the mayor's earlier point about the concern of voice over internet, my wave literally froze for a minute there. So I actually didn't hear most of what you said, John. So that's a yes, though, related to the general fund is going to pick up the deficit for that fund, for the solid waste management fund. Is that correct?
I didn't say that, but no, it's going to be a combination. It will be because the idea that the city's general fund will underwrite solid waste debt in perpetuity, that would be a big bite. That would be as big an obligation as the overlay and as things move down range on things. It needs to be a combination of things because the idea that the general fund is going to subsidize, $500,000 going forward on a closed landfill, that's a big discussion, and it's going to have to be a pretty strategic one as we move forward.
Great. Thank you, John. Thank you, Andy. I have a couple comments that I'll hold to the end, Mr. Mayor, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I think Councilwoman Don Cabello was next.
All right. Thank you very much. Daniel covered a couple questions that I had specifically with regards to the landfill question. So thank you very much on that one. On slide, let's see here. On slide 10, actually slide 11, because we already addressed the question I had on 10. With regards to unused committee and commission reserves, you mentioned here that we are going to carry over any monies that haven't been spent in this fiscal year to following fiscal years. And that's something that deviates from our current practice. And I don't know if we've really talked about that as a council. I know that we've talked about that happening in two different instances, one for the Arts Commission that has that separate, there was a separate revenue source that they obtained. And so they have a reserve for that. And then of course, SHAC, because they have monies that are coming in from, the private sector, really people who are paying for their tiles, they deposit those funds with the city. And it's imperative that we ensure that those monies are preserved so that they and used specifically for the installation of the tiles. But for the other committees, economic development, arts, and so forth, we've really not talked about rolling that money over. So it seems like we might be deviating from our current practice. And I don't know.
No, what I said was what we'll do is we'll come back at mid-year. And ultimately, the books have to be closed out. We'll come back either when we bring the first quarter, if we do that, which I would recommend to your council as a side note, just because of the COVID implications and changing sales tax and everything. Actually look at your budget again, maybe in October before mid-year. Come back to you and tell you exactly how much is left and unspent. And then it's up to your council to make that policy call on whether or not you want to change that. But there have been enough conversations in the past, I think.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that because it sounded like we were changing. So thank you very much on that. But of course, I do advocate for that special fund for the SHAC revenues because those are monies that are coming from outside. So then let's see here. We talked about my question on page 12 already. Actually, slide 12, estimated surplus. We're estimating that we'll get about $386,000, almost $387,000 of surplus. Then just to confirm, the thought is we're going to put that into our reserves and then use that to offset the deficit that we have for next year, correct? Okay, good.
That's exactly right.
All right. And so then it makes the damage next year not so bad. Let's see if I have any other questions on the slides. Sorry. Okay, and I think that was on the slides. Okay, so then in the budget document, I just had a couple questions. I appreciate getting a binder this year, so thank you very much. John and I went through this on Thursday, and it was very helpful to have everything so well organized. So thank you very much for that. On page 24, so this is specifically looking at fiscal year 2021-22, the reconciliation of capital outlay projects for the airport fund. And I just want to confirm that we have no funding in the budget currently. And John knows what I'm going to ask for the installation of a fence around the airport. Correct?
Not in the
What's the
budget.
question?
There's
About the
there's no
fence, about
there's no
the-
fence.
The Andy Heath Memorial Fence.
No, there's no.
Put around the airport. No,
I
there's
see we
no-
have,
There's no. fence.
yeah. Thank you. I just, again, and that's really just, again, for public purposes. We're allocating $10,000 for building and facility improvements, but those are for the lounge, or what are those for? Those improvements, just, do we know?
That would be for in the airport fund.
All right. Yes.
Yeah, that would be for things like that. That's just a base budget amount for
Okay.
things that come up.
All right. Okay, good.
Yep.
All right. Then I also had a question. This goes to what Daniel was saying. On page 38 of the budget, it's the general fund revenue and expenditure detail. And we show that for discretionary support, it's going from 83,619 from fiscal year 1920 up to 135,350 for 2021-22. And is that, can you talk about that a little bit? What is that exactly?
Sure.
Is that our funding?
What you're seeing, what you're seeing there, even for 18-19, where you have the 91,516 number, those two numbers under 18-19 and 19-20 represent the actual expenditures. Okay. Keep in mind that some of these committees, most of these committees spend far less than their budget each year. So that's what you're seeing, the true amount that's actually spent from under those 18-19 and 19-20 columns. The estimated amount for 2021 is just the budget. Okay.
Okay.
And then again, the estimated amount for 2022 is the budget.
So the discretionary
So
support
those
really
two
is our
numbers
committee. But that's really just our committees. That's not local support for requests and so forth, right? That's just our
That's all
committee.
committees.
Okay, all right, thank you for that.
That's all.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, and like I said, Daniel had covered the other questions that I had, so that really at this point were all the questions that I had. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Riddell Harris was next.
Thank you. I was able to walk through most of this with John, so answered most of my questions. Thank you for doing that ahead of time. The main question that I still want a little bit of explanation on, and so the other city council members understand it too, is around the maintenance of effort having to do with our general fund money that's spent on street projects. As I understand it, through SB1 funding, if we spend before SB1 went into place, if we spent additional money outside of transportation and gas tax money and a couple other things, if we spent our general fund money, then the average of how much we spent over 3 years, we had to continue spending it over time, and that amount was between $300,000 and $400,000. And so we have that requirement.
So actually,
what was that?
yeah, I did look that number up. Number is 492,840. So that is the city's maintenance of effort. So to continue to receive the RMRA money, the SB1 money, which is $280,000 this year, I believe, the city must spend $492,000 in discretionary funding, typically general funding, towards street-related expenditures. And the way the city accomplishes that from year to year is we have the streets crew out at the yard, which are charged entirely to the general fund. And then we also have the overlay effort that we have out of the general fund as well. So the sum of those is typically most likely more than the 492,840 that is the maintenance of effort.
So how much do we spend on the crews plus the $500,000 that we annually put in from general fund? I'm trying.
So if you look at the budget, the public work maintenance and operations budget is $505,000. And if you turn the budget page number, page number 61 in the budget binder.
Okay.
These are all the general fund costs associated with the streets crew. So it's the majority of these costs, especially for the staff, that accrue to streets. So You can see staff alone is budgeted in the coming year, because we added a maintenance worker, at $412,000.
So if you add those together, probably around $100,000-ish. I'm guessing somewhere in that ballpark. Yes?
So yeah, to make the maintenance effort, we need about another 100 grand. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my concern, just
We
to
need
bring
enough.
it up, is if the SB1 allocation was looked at again, where they have to go back the previous 3 years and do the average of what we spent above and beyond out of our general fund. Right now, we're spending $100,000 a year on out of the general fund on streets. So that would be our requirement to get that SB1 funding. So I'm just bringing up that concern because I didn't know about that until today when I was asking about maintenance of effort, and John said he doesn't recommend spending money out of the general fund because of this maintenance of effort issue. And so the more we spend out of the general fund, the higher, if they go back and look or redo that calculation, the higher amount we would be required to spend each year in order to qualify for that SB1 money. So I just wanted to make sure that we're aware of that when we're talking about spending general fund money on streets, because we may be spending ourselves out of a place where we end up being able to afford to get SB1 money. So I just wanted to make sure that council understood, because I had never heard of that before. I wanted to make sure that we were all aware that the more money we spend out of the general fund, the more money that we may be required to keep spending every year, and that may put us into kind of a regulatory pigeonhole that we may not be able to get out of. So just food for thought on that one, because that was surprising to me today. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Amara?
Thank you. Well, just piggybacking on that, I want to try and understand this. So for the SB1 money, where we received 280,000, we are required to spend, and maybe I don't have the exact amount, about 492,000. Is that right? But
in discretionary funding, which is the general fund. Yes, on streets.
Can and what I hear you saying is the 492,000 is taken care of just by way of the street crew, because that's 505.
About 80% of it is, yes. 80% of the 500,000 requirement is taken care of by the streets crew, yes.
80%.
Okay. Is there additional money in that street crew besides just the salary, or is that the total? Is it all 80%?
Well, you'd have to look at the material. Each one of those requires an analysis. So I'm just ballparking that at about 400 grand.
Sorry, Sandy.
Yeah.
So just to get real elementary. So we do have to put in 100,000 a year to get, no, it's
to continue. Yes, we do.
Where's the other yes? Is that a yes? Okay.
Yes, you have to put in 500,000 a year from discretionary funding to receive the RMRA SB1 money. Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. So to meet our obligation, at the very least this year, we need another 100,000, and our budget is allocating 500 from the general fund, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
no, the budget is allocating the 412 from Department 320 and the 500 for the overlay. 912,000. And you need about 500,000.
Okay.
To get the money.
Okay, so
yes.
just to try and understand Rachel's point, then we are, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, we're about 400 over what we need to receive that money, what we need to allocate to receive that money.
Consistent with a policy approach by the council to fund overlays in the general fund. That is a correct statement.
Okay. Okay. And when, do you know when they come around to check to see, to up our percentage that we have to put in to receive the SB1 funding?
Well, so, and I don't know whether or not the state's going to do this, but when the state adopted SB1, they put out these maintenance of effort models that looked at the fiscal year 9-10, 10-11, and 11-12 amounts. Okay. And they added all that up, took the average, and they made that the maintenance of effort requirement for discretionary purposes, specifically for streets. So that number for the city is 492,840. Whether or not they go back and say, okay, we're going to use now 18-19, 19-20, and 20-21 and come up with a new average, I haven't heard anything like that, and I don't know if they'll ever do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then just to go back to slide 21. On slide 21, there's 100,000 for pavement management program. So is that what? Can you explain what that program is?
I'll go ahead. It's going to be going through and establishing a new pavement condition index and a revised pavement management program. And all of that will be coming to the council. That will give the city an opportunity to go through and revise our overall pavement management strategy. And we're putting $100,000 to collect the data and develop the program.
Okay, and how old is our program now?
The last numbers I think were actually put together in like 13, 14. So they're about 8 years old.
And when do we expect to get this completed? Or well, we haven't even started it because we're allocated.
Oh, no, I'll be really straight with you. I met with our new contract city engineer last week, and I told him to put it at the top of his list.
Okay.
Our current plan, our current roadway overland plan is a 10-year plan. It goes from 2013-14 to 2022-23. So now is the time to update the PCI.
Okay, thank you. And then on slide 21, it has the transportation contribution toward overlay is 355. And then I'm just a little confused about the notation, but then you put the overlay funding is 1.7. So does the 355, is that inclusive in the 1.7?
It's in the 1.7, yeah. I put the 1.7 number there because that's all of them combined: general fund, gas tax fund, and transportation.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have right now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think most of my questions have been answered. I'm going to thumb through real quick. I do have a couple of follow-ups. There was questions on the committee side of things for EDC in particular about a process for choosing events and funding events. And there is a process, there is a form, there are metrics that are looked at, and the EDC only makes a recommendation to council for approval to expend the funds. So I just want to make sure the council is all aware of that. We talked about the roadway maintenance funds. I just want to remind the council that there was a pretty healthy allocation of funds that were slated for expenditure in the last budget cycle that didn't get spent, and those are carrying over to push the total up to 1.7 million. And as many of you have heard over the years, you know, you drive around town enough, you see that roads are falling apart, and we're way behind. So I'll leave it at that. I do actually have some questions here, so sorry about that. On the special fire fund, so we talked over the years about pulling, making sure that the monies that come back from strike team efforts as reimbursements don't end up just getting intermixed into the general fund. If we dissolve the special fire fund as recommended, are we losing the opportunity to make sure that those funds get earmarked for fire only uses and get intermixed with general fund dollars and maybe lost in the mix?
So the intention is for those funds, the two pieces of those of the reimbursement that will come back and is accrued as revenue in the general fund, the $45,000. Those two pieces are the administrative component and the apparatus component. Okay, the equipment replacement and maintenance component. That goes on in the fire fund's general fund year after year after year. Anything associated with those 7 firefighters is in that fund, and then all the costs associated with the fire department are also in the general fund. So there is a direct nexus to including that in the general fund. In fact, many cities do have that as a component of the general fund revenue.
So if we send a strike team to fight a fire wherever in California, and we get reimbursed for that, we're certain that those monies are going to go to the fire department and not to something else in the city.
They're going to go to
intermixed in the general fund.
Go to the fire department. Indirectly, they always will. Yes, because you have battalion chiefs and the fire chief are directly involved with the administrative component of sending out those strike teams and making sure that, you know, they're being managed correctly. You're being reimbursed for that. Those costs for those positions are borne by the general fund. Similarly, you have fuel, you have equipment repair, you have vehicle maintenance, you have all these other things going on for the fire department for which the apparatus component of the reimbursement pays for. That is also completely resident only in the city's general fund. So there's a one-to-one relationship between the revenue and the expenditure always.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I don't need to drone on about the landfill because we've talked about it quite a bit, but that fund is operating at a deficit right now. We're anticipating a $303,000 deficit by the end of 21-22. We've got lots of really hard decisions to make coming up as it relates to the closure of the landfill. So I'll leave it at that. And this is maybe drilling down a little too deep, but I had a question related to some of the transportation fund expenditures anticipated for 21-22. The Cherry Mongolia electric charging station costs, there was a line item for
Yeah, that's actually a mistake, and thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up. That should actually be, that was in last year's budget, and I forgot to replace that particular word, those words with the updated project, which is the storm drain rehabilitation. So you can replace that EV charging station project with the line storm drain rehabilitation for $125,000. And when I print the budget, I'll update that.
Andy. I got you. I'm kidding.
Vehicle charging budget.
I think, Rachel, it's actually, it was mislabeled. So Andy, I'm sure we'll correct it in the final budget. Sounds like a storm drain.
Yeah, it's on.
I was assuming that that was replaced with a new electric vehicle charging station. So that's not a new one. That's something completely different. We don't have any charging stations in the budget for next year. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, wait.
Yeah, the EV charging station was in 2021.
Yeah, we have a brand new one there.
For the electric Magnolia or the.
I'm trying to make sure
we're adding new chargers to that same station, and that's not what's going on.
Well, it is. That's why I'm wondering why it's not in the budget. Because Benjel told me that it was. So.
Yeah, that project's done. That project was paid for this year.
No, we're adding like 3 or 4 more in the same location.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So there's,
Why is it not in the
no,
budget?
that's not in next year's budget.
Okay.
Yeah, right, no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. We'll have to ask Menjo about that one.
That's all I have. Any other questions or comments on the budget? Let's do questions first, and then we'll go to the public and see if we have any public comment on the budget. Hearing none, it sounds like we're done with council questions for the moment. Amy, do we have any comments from the public on the budget?
I do have one public comment. I just checked live and we didn't receive any during the meeting. Let me put up the one public comment we received on the budget. And council received this public comment ahead of time via email, and it's also available in my office if anyone needs a copy or needs a copy of the attachments that are indicated in the comment. And that completes public comment for this item.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for additional comments or a motion or deliberation. Daniel, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I'll just make a real quick comment. I just want to say thank you to city staff for coming up with a solution for the 7 firefighters. We have been talking about it since I think I have been on this council with Mayor Spokley in one form or another. Councils before us have also tried to figure out this issue. We're lucky that we're in a better economic time at the moment. I worry about the future for sure. And I just want to again highlight, based on my questions, the fact that we're only doing a fraction, maybe just over 20% of what we needed to do and what our city evaluated for our fire preparedness, public safety, and fire prevention efforts, total $2.5 million. And so this is a big investment. It's a huge step. I'm so glad that the men and women that we have at Auburn Fire Department will be made permanent, because we have been losing some real good people because they didn't have permanent jobs. But while I hope the council supports the budget as it is, there's still work to be done to figure out how we do chipping, how we do fuel breaks, how we do fuel reduction work on city-owned property, how we help those who are vulnerable in our communities, elderly or disadvantaged or low income, that can't do fuel reduction on their properties. And so we are far from solving this fire prevention dilemma that we are in. And so I'm very excited to see the 7 firefighters staffed. More work, though, to be done. My last comment would be just, and I appreciate John's response to my question, and that is, while I don't have any immediate issues with the increased request by EDC and Mr. Mayor, your comment about all those items still come back to this council, I still think that we need to do, and specifically our city manager really needs to come up with a policy a policy related to sponsorships, because between the economic department itself, between the economic commission, between the money that we've set aside for the city manager, and even money under the arts commission, and even money under the EDC, there's a lot of people touching these projects. Only EDC's sponsorships come back to us. The others do not. And so it's inconsistent. I personally don't think that we need to approve every single piece by EDC. Not not an issue for this budget, but I would hope that we can give some direction to our city manager to come back at a later date to really discuss the sponsorships, because that's a significant amount of money now that we are putting into that category in this year's budget. So with that, that concludes my comments. Excited for the fire department, excited for our firefighters, excited for our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Morrow.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, a couple of things. I do like the budget. I'm pleased with a lot of things that are going on. I'm very happy about the permanent positions for the firefighters. But I do feel that this council needs to have a real serious discussion about a couple of things, especially since this year we'll be operating with a budget that's in the red. I just think it's prudent to think about these things very seriously. And number one is Carnegie, because that is a building that is falling into disrepair. That's an asset to our city. It is a building that I think our city manager went through. I went through. I think many of you council people have gone through it. You can see there's been water damage, storm damage. Quite honestly, if I owned an asset and left it falling apart like that, I think that would be fiscally very irresponsible. So I do think we need to have a discussion here to put some money toward fixing up Carnegie, at the very least, making it so that it won't deteriorate even more. This could be a valuable asset to our city. That's number one. Number two, I think we do need to have a serious conversation about, and we have had this in the future, we have identified right now 1.7 for the road project. And I'm not trying to minimize our need for road maintenance or repair, but I think we need to think about delaying this, because 1.2, as Menjel said, may not even, we'll be getting more money, number one. Number two, the Auburn Folsom project, which will take the bulk of it, may not be as costly as that. We're going to have a road plan that's going to be completed soon. And again, the 400 over our requirement for the SB1 money could be cause us to be reassessed so that we have a higher obligation in the future. I don't see a problem. I think it's prudent if we delay this. I think there's 1.2 million should be a good amount to actually, in speaking with Menjel, 1.2 will provide us an opportunity to maintain what we have and start the Auburn Folsom project. So I'd like a discussion by council on these. I think these are important items that we need to seriously consider. And I know it's late, but those are my thoughts. And I think we have to be fiscally conservative here. We're getting 7 new firefighters that'll be permanent. We're also spending a lot of money on sewer and other items, and we're doing a cost increase with our staff. So I think we have to look closely at our expenditures and how we can change, be fiscally conservative here. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council?
Can I ask how this works? I'm sorry, I'm new to this. So if somebody brings up an issue for discussion, do we discuss that issue? Do we all just make random comments? And if they happen to overlap, then, I mean, if there's a change that's needed to be made in the budget, how does that, I'm sorry, I'm just new and I don't understand what process we use to make any changes if we wanted to make some.
So Councilwoman Amaro brought up comments and suggested changes, and we will discuss those. I'm curious if any of the other council members agree with the things that she's recommending, or have additional items that they'd like to discuss, because I think it's all relevant. We're talking about how we're spending the limited monies we have for the city of Auburn. So
we kind of make a list and then we go back and talk about them? Is that kind of how it works? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I understand the process.
Yeah, no problem.
So I would agree that both of those issues are important for us to talk about for the reasons that Sandy brought up. I also would like to, because I thought there was an EV charging station in the budget, I'd like to talk about making sure that we have, because we know we want to put more in the city, make sure that we have some money in the budget for an EV charging station for this next year, because these aren't, there's not going to be less of them, and as everyone knows, and especially Matt, since he has an electric vehicle. So anyway, so yeah, I'd like to talk about making sure we have some funding for that, even though maybe it got overlooked somehow.
So
Mr.
what
Mayor,
was,
Mr. Mayor, I had a question that following up with Rachel. On the electric vehicle charging station, I know that at our grand opening, we talked about the opportunity to apply for more grants, but I didn't remember that we actually committed funds to that, but I remember the discussion. I remember that discussion, and that there are grants to be had, that CARB had some monies and so forth. But I just didn't remember that we made a commitment. I'm not necessarily opposed, but I just didn't remember that being a commitment.
Mengel says there were several projects that he was working on, including putting more charging stations next to the one we have. And he said they were happening over the next year. I don't know where we are on those. Most of the grants that you get don't cover 100% of the costs. So yes. I'm worried that we won't have any money in the budget. And then if we get it 80% funded, then we still won't be able to do it. Because I know he was applying for some money. So I'm just concerned about not having any budget. Oh, there's John.
Yeah, let's ask John.
So my understanding from Mengel is that the EV charging station will come through the Placer Air District through a grant funded project. So the idea is that we'll get in line to do that. And obviously they funded us before and that they'll fund us again.
They don't fund 100%, do they?
There's Mengel.
Hi guys, how are you doing? Sorry about that. I was sitting in the background listening to it all.
Sorry.
Just so you guys know, so the reason why the EV charging stations aren't laid out in the budget specifically is because we're anticipating getting 60% of the grant funds through Placer Air District. And the remaining funds will come out of the FEP balance. We didn't put it in the budget as a line item because though we know we're going to get these funds, we can't plan for it. As Andy mentioned earlier before, we only put things in the budget that we know we were going to fund this year. Even though we know we're going to get these funds, we hope to get these funds from Placer Air District. We don't necessarily know if they're going to come in, and we don't want to put it as a line item there, but there is funding in the FEP funding to facilitate the remaining balance.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, great.
all right, so are we down to Carnegie repairs and overlay funding as discussion items?
I was going to just make a couple general comments. Mr. Mayor, I didn't have the opportunity to do that. I mean, I want to say that I appreciate the budget that staff have put forth today. I know there's been a lot of work involved, and we've had an opportunity to be updated, you know, for the past couple of months on different issues. And of course, with our wonderful savings with the pension bond and so forth, that has opened up a whole nother world of funding. So I feel like we've been, you know, keyed in pretty well throughout the entire process, and I do appreciate that. And I'm very grateful and thankful that we're able to fund those firefighters, of course, and to make them, you know, permanent and to help with our retention. That's just going to help our city overall. So I'm very, very pleased to see that. And I know we all do. I know it's a top priority for all of us, as I've heard us all talk about that. So I'm really pleased to see that and moving forward. You know, I myself don't have any proposed changes for the budget as presented. I respect April's comments and the desire to put money into the Carnegie Library, but I think that should be a conversation that we have maybe in our strategic planning or a separate time where we can talk about maybe the city's assets, because I know we have other properties and so forth, but it might be more appropriate to have a conversation separate. And I wasn't really clear on, Sandy, you had mentioned about a reduction in monies for street overlay and from, I think, 1.7 to 1.2 million. I think that's what you said. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, I basically said, yeah, to not use general fund money at this time. And so that would bring it down to 1.2.
I see. Okay, so you were recommending.
And see what if, and Minjel can speak to this, but you know, I just think it's not prudent to be using general fund money, especially when we have all these grants and we do have 1.2, delay it and then come back. And Minjel certainly can come back if there's something pressing. So that's all. I don't know if I'm clear enough on that, but.
I think I understand better. Thank you. I really appreciate that. For me, you know, street improvements has been a big priority. I know that, you know, folks are talking to me all the time about the streets needing to be, you know, repaved, repaired. We've got potholes and so forth. And while I don't want to risk our SB1 monies, I also want to ensure that we are doing the appropriate maintenance to our roadways. And, you know, again, I know so many people have vocalized their concerns with regards to our roadways. And so I would be concerned with reducing that amount you know, at this time. So that's all that I have to say right now. I'm tired.
So John, I maybe Minjel, I think he's still listening, but so we had a carryover from last year during COVID that we didn't spend on roads.
Mm-hmm.
Was that total close to $500,000 or was it less than $500,000? What was that total? Do we know what the number is?
I think the total carried over for this year is actually closer to $700,000. Andy can speak to the exact number, but
yeah, the carryover is actually about $400,000. So there's $1.1 million in new general fund money that, or not general fund, in new overlay money that's been identified. Okay, so if you, well, yeah, and keep in mind that the requirement from just general fund discretionary sources towards towards the streets is just under $500,000. So you've got to spend at least $500,000. The street guys out at the street are just over $400,000. So you still need another $100,000 to meet your maintenance of effort out of the general fund, which would be the overlay money. Mm-hmm. But in the other $400,000, you can construe, it's just one big pot of overlay money. Regardless of the source, there's certain monies that are carried over from year to year.
Well, and in my opinion, this is just like what we talked about with some of the other funds. Just because we weren't able to issue contracts to get the work done doesn't mean the work didn't need to be done. We allocated the work to be done last year. We didn't spend the money. The money needs to be spent on our roads this year. So yes, that looks like a big number for everybody. Normally we have about $500 to $1 million. We're at 1.7 because 400,000 of that got carried over. So look at our sludge facility that doubled in price between last year's budget and this year's budget. Do you think roadway maintenance work is going to get cheaper if we defer again? No, it's not. Rachel, you got your hand up.
So my concern is a little different than a fiscal concern. My concern is about making sure we're putting the money in the right place and doing quality work versus quantity of work. I've noticed that in jobs that were done this year, that there were some streets that didn't seem like they needed replaced or to have any kind of overlay that were resurfaced. I saw some that had big potholes that obviously we didn't go out and fix beforehand because now they're big potholes with new surfacing over the top. I feel like I'd like to make sure that we do this assessment. I mean, we're putting $100,000 into doing this assessment. I would really like to make sure that if we're going to have a big year where we spend a lot of money, that it's the year after we do the assessment of which roads need to be assessed versus the year before, so we can make sure that we're putting our money in the right place and covering the right roads. we had a big issue with a road right near my house. It just seems like, I don't know if it changes dramatically over 8 years, but it seems like the prioritized list may not be the right prioritized list right now. And so that's my concern, is that I want to make sure it's not about how fast can we spend this money, or we need to spend our budget because it's rolled over from last year, but that we're spending it on the right roads and the roads are being prioritized appropriately based on where they are today and not 8 years ago. So that's my thought.
Thank you for that. I see Daniel's hand up.
Since this is a discussion item, now I'll just point that because John can tell you, and like many others, the roadway planning has been a big one for me, asking a lot of questions for him on what his plan is. But I'll just note we are still in the current plan that we have in place, and we are still behind in that current plan. And so while we're about to do a new pavement management index and review, that's really to allow us to build the next plan when this one expires. And so I'll just say that the concerns about SB1 for me, I understand the concerns, but we have made an assertive effort, at least in the last 6 years, to pull money out of the general fund to help us get caught up, and we are still woefully behind. And so I know it was mentioned last year, money being rolled over, but let's not forget the previous fiscal year as well, that we did not do it. And so we have been pushing off projects that were supposed to be done now actually 2 years, fiscal years, not just last. And so again, I would just clarify that we're not rushing to spend money. There is a plan in place. That plan needs to be completed. The next plan will be built out based on the new index. And I asked the same questions, and I think I asked them at the last council meeting. Why are we paving a road that's only kind of bad and not one like Auburn Folsom that has major divots? And there's even locations throughout the city that have major potholes, and we're not getting there. But I thought the answer was that we weren't doing a full street repaving. It was just, and maybe Menjo can help clarify the words, but it was a different level of treatment that was much smaller. And that's why we're not consistently only filling the worst roads like Auburn Folsom and like some of the others. Is that a true statement, Menjo?
Oh, that's absolutely correct. What the surface treatment that we did this year was a slurry seal in some areas, and in some areas it was a cape seal. These were meant to preserve roads that weren't necessarily all the way bad. Auburn Folsom, as you've mentioned, has some areas that require total reconstruction, and that's the reason for the higher cost.
Thanks for clarifying. I just raised it too, because I too have gotten a lot of people say, why are you paving those two subdivisions when they're only mildly bad? My road, which is not in the pavement plan, I'll just mention, has potholes in it. And yet we're paving a new subdivision, but I think the maintenance explanation and the cheaper and less costly way that we're doing it, does make sense. So I'm all good with the roadways as planned, again, because we're now this would make us 3 years where we're not spending the money that we've been setting aside to spend the money on.
Exactly. And please keep in mind that the reason we didn't do a full overlay at the earlier point in this year was that we weren't necessarily sure where the contractor's numbers are or were going to be at that point. But now that we're seeing things are returning to normal levels, and that's the reason why we're pushing out larger projects.
To kind of help move things along a little bit, what I'll commit to the council is that by the July 27th city council meeting, we'll bring in a presentation and overview on the direction on the pavement management system, the current year's program. We'll have a discussion on funding and the financing. We'll get a good understanding on the limitations of our maintenance of effort and the ramifications of that, what we're doing. But let's, I can tell you, we're not going to spend the money before July 27th. So what we'll do is why don't we bring back an overview and a discussion on that? And if the council gives us other direction, we can modify the budget and move it forward. But let's start having a discussion. And like I said, I talked with our contract city engineer the other day, and I gave him specific instructions. I said, help us put together an overall pavement management system, get the PCI ratings, and start moving on that. But obviously, we need to talk about the different components of this a little more in depth. We as a staff need to do a good job of bringing all that stuff forward. So July 27th, we'll bring it back.
John, thank you for that. I think the comments that Councilmember Lant made are entirely correct. The PCI research that's going to be done is setting a path for our next 10-year pavement rehabilitation plan. And we're still in the current plan. We're still behind the current plan. I don't see why we wouldn't move forward with the allocations we have, and Minjel will work diligently to get the contracts out so we can actually make some meaningful progress in our roadway maintenance program. I see Sandy, you have your hand up.
I do, thank you. And I appreciate that, Matt and Daniel. I certainly understand, trying to get my hand down. I certainly understand your perspective. I guess, I'm just thinking we are close to a plan. You generally, you look at where you've been and where you want to go. I don't think we're going to do a lot. I agree with John. We can look at everything closely. I would appreciate that on the 27th. At the very least, we do need to look very, very closely at this, because we will be getting PTCPA money. There could be money from the infrastructure program coming in. So, I guess we can set aside $500,000 and put us in the red, and that's fine. But then just going on to the one last issue, this council, I think at the last meeting, it seemed like there was some consensus regarding Carnegie. I think pulling out some money for Carnegie, 65 is a drop in the bucket in terms of the need to keep this. It could be $1 million asset. You're talking about a piece of property in the city limits of Auburn that has potential for many, many things. Now, what that potential is a discussion for another day, but we need to keep our asset so that it doesn't deteriorate, just like we do with City Hall, just like we do with any other asset we have. So, my request is we think seriously about pulling out a little money for there, and where that money comes from could be from the road fund. Minjel, would 65,000 hurt the program at this point in time?
If I might, Mr. I don't know if Minjel is, if he's not quite there yet. What I was going to suggest is we have heard from our finance director that he advises us to take a look at the budget again in October. Obviously we're scheduled to look at it in mid-year, but with COVID and so forth, my suggestion would be to have that conversation when we take a look at the budget in October. So that will give us an opportunity to really talk about, what our thoughts are with regards to that particular building. And I hear what you're saying. It is an asset. It's a beautiful historic building. And, I just would like to have, I'd like to have a little longer conversation about our thoughts on that building, separate from today's discussion. Simply, but there is an issue of time, of course. It is kind of getting late, but I'm not trying to dismiss it, but I would like to suggest that maybe we talk about that if we're going to take a look at the budget in October. And we'll have a better idea as to where our
problem with that, and that in an ideal world, that'd be great, but right now is the time to do the improvements. Water's leaking in. There's windows that are cracked. The building, it's just things that should and could be done really soon, should be done.
So for the last 3 fiscal budgets, we've had monies allocated to work at the Carnegie. Did any of those funds get spent out there? I mean, that's a question I've got. What was done? We allocated funds in previous budgets, and I thought some ADA work happened a few years back, but
My understanding is that all the money has been taken for other projects. There was some issue with water damage in the city hall. There were some other budget, because no one's in the building, other projects became a priority. So that a lot of members of the community are a little frustrated because they get money, they're excited that there's money in the budget, and every year it gets taken out, and every year the building gets worse and worse and worse. And Alice, I understand your point about waiting and seeing after we have some time to talk about the use of the building, but it's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars probably to actually make it a useful building. I think what the main goal would be to try to stop it from getting worse. And if we're going to do that, we need to talk about starting something soon, because just like the roads, if we have another rough winter, it's going to get black mold or have some kind. I mean, there are windows there that got broken and they just put a piece of plywood in front of it rather than actually fixing the window. So we have not, the reason we used to have a tenant in there, and the tenant left because the building was in such bad condition and never got fixed that they just couldn't be in that building anymore, even though they worked around the water damage and the terrible windows, and they put up walls so that way they wouldn't have to deal with the heat because they have single pane windows, all that kind of fun. So it feels like this is the time to put not enough to make it nice, but enough to keep it from getting worse while we make those decisions, because any decision we make, I've been with cities long enough to know that that's not going to be an immediate thing that happens to the building. So we need to do at least enough of a stopgap to keep it from getting worse, because it's, I mean, it is a historic building and an asset that we're just watching crumble right in front of us just because it gets prioritized at the bottom of the list every time.
So I can add that in the last 2 fiscal years, I know that there was no specific work done at the location, and that's primarily because we had a new facilities person on board, and he was getting up to speed with some of the projects and getting bids to get some of the work done. And then right as he was about to push some of that work out the door, the pandemic happened, and then he's no longer with the city. So some of that work did get overlooked, to be 100% honest with you, because we had no one in that role to actually help facilitate some of that work. So that's kind of where we're at. And I know it is a priority for staff, myself included, that we see some of this work done. I've most recently looked at it, I want to say maybe about 2 months ago, just to see where some of that water infiltration is coming from. And I did reach out to a couple of contractors to see what they can help us with it. So it hasn't been that we haven't thought about it or done anything immediately about it, but it has been overlooked ever slightly just because of we're losing staff and not being able to push that work forward during the pandemic.
Menjel, can you tell me, and I'm probably putting you on the spot, so I'm sorry for that.
I'm happy to answer.
But can you tell me at a bare minimum what it would cost to just stop the rain from coming in the building?
So I can tell you this, we've did some work similar to what I think is wrong with this building at the old City Hall building, which is now the Chamber building. And that cost around $50,000 to get that work done. There was some under digging along the side of the building and sealing things up, which we think is the same issue this building's having. But I mean, to say specific, I don't know, but I would anticipate about $50,000 would probably get us with the water infiltration along the side of the building. The building does have other issues, though.
I understand that. I'm just, and like I said, I think that there's a discussion to have, a longer term discussion on this building. But you know, right now it is in our ownership. John, did you have something?
You know, we have some money for facility maintenance. Let me do this. Let's hire somebody to come in and do an evaluation of the building. We hear talk about windows, we hear talk about mold, we have water infiltration. We need to determine accessibility, all those types of things. Let me find $10,000. Let's hire somebody to come in and do the review of the building. Somebody who can look at the electrical panel, that can look at the water infiltration, that can look at all the different aspects, and let's get together an overall punch list of all the things that we want to do. Because even, you know, as folks are looking, they say, well, let's fix a couple of these things and we're going to get the building up and operating. It's probably better that we have some trained eyes get in there and look at the entire building, figure out what needs to be done, and then come up with a plan for moving it forward. Because, you know, absent that, we probably get into a situation where we're just throwing money at the building. Because, you know, we need to determine, does the HVAC system work? Does the electrical work? Are there any environmental problems inside the building? What about accessibility as far as folks being able to get in? So, you know, it may behoove us to spend $10,000, get an evaluation done, come up with the list, come up with a full report from somebody who's actually paid to be able to look at this thing. And then we can bring it back and make some strategic decisions about it.
So I've talked to the Arts Commission and they did go through, they had multiple architects look at the building, and the 65,000 is the amount that they thought was needed to stop the building from getting worse. They have a much larger budget of what it would take to get it in working order so they could use it for something. But the 65,000 was the number that they came up with when they had people walk through the building with them who knew what they were talking about, and came up with a number of what they would need in order to keep it from getting worse. So that's why they didn't ask for the full budget. They asked for what they come up with talking to professionals about the building and what needs to be done in order to keep it from getting worse. And I've talked to April about it numerous times, and she's had multiple architects out there and other people who understand what's going on with the building. So I'm going to trust her that that's the amount we need. After that, yeah, let's do something more official and have a punch list, but I don't want to wait another 6 months or a year for somebody else to go through after we've already had multiple people go through year after year and had things get on the budget, or had things get in the budget that never came to fruition, and the building keeps getting worse every year. I'd like to get something in the budget this year to start it moving. It'll need more money probably, but let's get something in the budget this year so we can get some fixes made and not another plan, because I love cities that love to plan, and I'm a planner, but this has been planned, I guess, for the last 5, 6, 7 years to get done, and we've yet to get anything accomplished.
Can the American Recovery Act dollars be used for this type of infrastructure?
I don't know.
I don't know.
And other types of, but I have not heard about historic buildings being preserved.
The guidance for those funds haven't officially come out as of yet. I wouldn't count on it, being that this is a historic building.
And the damage was done before COVID.
We can spend $1.7 million on roads. We can't afford like $30,000 for some new windows and to dig out the side of a building. I mean,
you know, let's do this. Why don't we get? I'll get with April. We'll get all of their reports together, figure out what they've got from their contractors on some things, and we can bring the Carnegie Library back specifically to a meeting.
I would like to put something in the budget right now. We can adjust it, but I'd like to put something in the budget. We know it's going to be at least $30,000. So can we throw that in there and say, if it goes up, and you can come back and ask for more, but I'd like to put something in the budget.
Well, I'm willing to make a motion and put it in the budget.
How much?
Where's it coming from?
Yeah, we need to identify a
Well,
source.
Andy, where can we take 65,000?
Got unspecified reserves, and they're supposed to, over the next few years, we have $1 million worth of extra money. So I think we can afford $65,000 out of our unspent reserves. We're already going under by $500,000, right?
I don't want to take money out of the reserves for this, but I mean, I would like to see a specific cut. I think, Mengel's talking about 50,000. Arts Commission is saying 65,000. We don't really know what our number is. So I mean, if you have to have a placeholder, and I haven't really I haven't really, and my budget's over there because I was on my couch and my iPad battery died. So the budget is over there now.
Andy, yeah, I think Andy wants to talk.
Council, if I may, I might suggest that you earmark, as Councilwoman Daden-Covio just said, some funds out of the FEP fund, which Menzel did talk about a little bit ago. If it needs to be $50,000 to do what you're looking to do, and then once you have that and beyond that, if there's more funding that's needed, we can figure out a way to do it. But it buys us some time, gives you the appropriation authority in the budget by putting $50,000 that is available in fund balance, unused fund balance in the facilities and equipment replacement fund.
The one question I have, I'm sorry, the one question I do have for that, Andy, where does that leave that fund balance? Because I'm anticipating using about $60,000 out of that fund for.
Well, I think it was going to end the year with about 80 grand, so it would end the year with about 30 at the end of next year. Let me look it up.
We just put in 30. There's a thought. Then you have your 60 and the.
So we're saying possibly one charging station versus 2 and fund the Carnegie.
Andy, did you say there was $180,000 error you made in that one entry?
There's $93,606 available in the FEP fund after considering the appropriations that are recommended in the proposed budget.
What was that number, Andy? I'm sorry.
143.
93,606.
9356.
93606, page 83 of the budget.
Okay, 93606. Yes, as I mentioned, my budget.
Okay, so you could conceivably use a portion of that to earmark funds for the Carnegie.
You said you needed 60 for EVs?
That is correct.
So if we did 30 for the Carnegie, then that still stays under the 93? Does that work for everybody?
Presumably.
I mean, we're all in ballparks, right?
That gives us. I mean, that's really cutting it close. I mean, I think that I think I would be comfortable at this point with 25. I think then you get your third vote.
Okay, let's do 25.
Because I don't know if you're going to get.
Menjo, can we take 25 out of the road project? Would that?
I don't want to take it out of. I won't support taking out of the roads. You know, if we from the FP whatever that one was, I can go for that one, but I really don't want to take it out of the roads.
Even though we'll be getting more money from the PCTPA.
I don't want to take it out of the roads because again, I would potentially entertain that if we postpone our discussion of this later when we knew a better idea of where our revenues were coming in. So, you know, that wouldn't be consistent with my thought process. So I'm willing to take 25K out of Mendel's pot. And that sounds great. Out of Mendel.
I wish it were my pot, but it is
I know.
not.
If we all were so lucky. And allocate that for the Carnegie. And then I want to have a broader discussion about this, as our city manager indicated, that we can have to really talk about what we want to do here. And then we can decide if we want to put more money later or not. And we have multiple opportunities to discuss that. But that's what I'm willing to vote on.
Better than we expected, then we can always put more money, give Menjo more money for EVs if he needs it or something like that. There's ways that we can move stuff around if we end up getting more money than we think.
I would recommend, as John mentioned, that we do a thorough evaluation. I mean, the evaluation done back in 2017 that identified the water damage might be significantly worse than it is today, because nothing apparently was done. So, you know, we need to understand what we're looking at to restore this building. I mean, we all agree that it's it's an asset for the community. We need to do an assessment to understand what the costs are. So I agree that
For doing the assessment. And then we have 25 grand.
So we have a lot of, there's a lot of feedback. It's hard to hear.
Mengel's at a party on vacation. There we go. Now we can hear.
Matt, the only thing is, we're mixing up, it's not to restore, it's just to stop deterioration.
No, I understand, but you know, once water intrusion starts, this could be a $500,000 problem. I have no idea. And
Mr. Mayor, you're right. We do need to have that assessment. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind. And, the city has to do that assessment. The city has to, even though we have other people that are saying they can do it for X, Y, and Z, we've got prevailing wage rates. There's all kinds of things that, really the city has to do the assessment. And it isn't appropriate for us just to, go off of somebody else's assessment. That wouldn't be responsible of us with tax dollars. We've got to make sure that we have control of that assessment. So I think that we should do that.
Matt, and I hear what you're saying, but I also don't want to disregard Mengel. I think Mengel's been through it, and I think and Mengel, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think there is an opportunity where we can at least get this so there's no further damage for a certain sum of money, be it 25, 30, 50, 68, I don't know. But I think we need to start somewhere, and I'd like to hear from Mengel. Put you on the spot, Mengel.
Yeah, it's a very tough position to be in because I don't necessarily feel comfortable telling council which direction to go on this matter. I can say that I do believe that the building requires some work. I'm comfortable in saying that I think the city manager had a great plan and I'll personally take on the project where we go through it and assess it. And I can start that immediately. I plan to be back in California in the next couple of days.
Mengel, I hate to tell you, you're not going to take on the project.
You've got other things that
I've got other plans for you.
You've got other work, Mengel.
I had a feeling John would say that, but I do have some insight. I feel like I can be a good resource for the project. We can certainly, with the $10,000 that John's talking about, I think we can do good work. I think assessing the damage that's truly there right now, we can probably figure out where we're at with the building and actually, figure out where we need to be by the end of the year or in the middle of the year. We can pull funds from the FEP, and certainly there might be a project or two along the way that doesn't necessarily need to be fully funded. So putting 10,000 to it right now might open up other funding as we move through the rest of the year.
I think that's all great. I think there's some things that are obvious that you don't need a plan for. Windows are broken and have, plywood over them. That's something you don't need a plan to figure out that needs to get done immediately. So I think
100%.
It may not be the windows may not be the main source of damage. I mean,
And keep in mind, if I can just interject here, just ever so slightly, if the windows are going to be changed because it is a historic building, that is going to be a very costly thing. Just keep in mind that when we did the buildings at City Hall, it was over $250,000 to get that project done. So the idea is to find where the water infiltration is coming from. I don't think it's the windows. I'm going to be very honest with you. I think we have other issues going on there. And if we can address those first, that might alleviate some of the bigger issues that we're having there at that structure.
Daniel, I see your hands up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're getting in the weeds here. I think that that even if tonight we don't make the decision to say there's earmarked money, this is a $14 million budget. The city manager has the ability in a number of departments and a number of pots of money to do what's appropriate to maintain city infrastructure. It's unfortunate that the work in 2017 kind of got pushed off. Obviously, there was some good reasons for the changes, especially when the pandemic hit. But I, for one, think that I'm very appreciative of April's work of bringing in people. She's very good at that. But we've been burned a number of times by things that include prevailing wages, which was a valid point, the historic pieces of it that I think we're wasting our time nickel and diming this by saying 25 here, 30 here. I think the city manager has authority within the budget. If we needed 25,000, he could find 25,000 without city council approval. To be honest with you, the question we have still not discussed is what are we going to do with the building? And we're so focused on this 25,000 that, again, I'm in the mindset that the city manager can find it. Let me just finish if I can, Rachel.
Go for it.
I think that we should just move forward tonight as it is, have a longer discussion based on knowing what the full cost is going to be, because at the end of the day, we have no use for that building at this point, besides the stewardship of it, which, again, as I was telling John the other day, it is a beautiful building. It's such an unfortunate fact that it is so underutilized. But I would like to hear from John and city staff what the recommendation of us using that building is going to be. Just doing a little bit of repair here and there doesn't really solve our overall need. And we were discussing the need to fill potholes. I would vote to fill potholes and immediate issues that our residents and business owners feel every single day than something that we still haven't identified as a need. So again, my comments are not to downplay the money that's needed to make the immediate repairs, because I know this budget, the city manager can do it. We've made other emergency repairs within the city's budget. I'm confident with where we're at. I would like to see a full plan done before we start to earmark dollars so we know exactly what we're getting ourselves into.
Thank you, Daniel. Rachel?
I'd like to make a motion to put the $25,000 in the budget, as we've talked about before. The community would like to see it in the budget. I think it's important that it's there. It's been in the budget before and been taken out. So I think it would be best to at least have that $25,000 in the budget, so that way people know we're serious about maintaining our assets and not letting them rot. So that's my motion, is to approve earmarking that $25,000 for the Carnegie.
I'll second that, and the reason is that I do believe that we've never taken in the past years, we've never tried to improve it. We may have the opportunity and may be able to do it. Our city manager can certainly direct someone to do it, but it's never been done. So unless we put it in the budget and earmark it, this is going to fall into further deterioration. And regardless, if we sell it, we're going to want to at least have it so it's at least not falling apart and in further disrepair. If we utilize it, we're going to have to spend a lot more money. If we want to, regardless of what we want to do, we have to do the bare minimum here, and that's all we're asking for. So with that, I second Councilwoman Rachel Riddell Harris's motion.
To the question. Is that
the entire budget, Rachel, plus the 25? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying 25, not the 65, just 25, just to get us.
Plus adopt the budget as is. Was that it? I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
I was just doing a motion to add this to the budget. I thought that everything would.
Oh, okay.
Not that it was a separate thing. I don't know. I've never really motioned.
No, that's fine. The doing it that way is fine. To the question, it sounds like the motion is to move 25,000 from the FP. I don't know if I'm saying the fund right, Andy. The FP. What is it? The facility.
31.
And FEP, Facilities and Equipment Fund.
Okay. And to the question, then I would say that I would support the motion if under this direction that we've heard from our city manager that we can do an assessment. The $25,000 is not going to really, it may do nothing. And so if the city manager wants to utilize some of that 25,000 to do an assessment to ensure that we are doing, what we can to prevent the building from further decaying, then that's where that $10,000 could come from. So if that's what the intent of the maker of the motion is, so in other words, we allocate the 25K and 10K or 8K or whatever John is saying he needs to do a formal assessment so we know what we actually need to do, then I will support that.
Well, I guess the question is there general agreement that if John comes back with a plan of what we need to do bare minimum to fix the building, that we'll be okay with fixing the building, or if we're going to do a plan and then have it go nowhere again?
We're going to have to, as far as I'm concerned, once we come back with that assessment, I think we're all going to have a longer conversation about that. Because if it comes back and says, in order to, make the repairs to this building, it's going to be $5.3 million, we need to have a conversation. So I don't think that I would be ready to make a commit.
The water from coming in. Like, I'm not saying we should
I
make
understand what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, we don't know what the assessment is. I'd like to see what that assessment says. I don't want to see our assets deteriorate either. And so, but I'd like to see what that says, and then we'll go from there.
Can we get the assessment done before winter, like September? Well, I mean, if we're going to fix it, the point of it is to keep the water from coming in. So how fast can we get an assessment done, John?
No, I'll talk with some people tomorrow and come up with a plan. I'll report back.
Okay. It shouldn't take very long. So
we have a motion and a second. I want to ask staff, John and Andy, are you guys clear on the current motion as far as where the 25,000 is coming from for the investigation / repairs, whatever that results in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion from the council? Amy, if you're still up.
I'm here.
Just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, we're only voting on the proposed amendment to the budget. We're not voting on the budget with the amendment. Correct?
That's the way the motion was made. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Councilmember Berlant.
No.
Amara.
You're muted.
That was an aye. Dowden Calvillo.
Aye.
Riddell Harris.
Aye.
Mayor Spokley.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I will move by resolution that we adopt the revenue estimates and expenditure appropriations for all city funds for fiscal year 2021-22 as summarized in the fund schedules presented with the 2021-22 proposed budget with the amendment that just passed. And that by resolution, we establish a general fund cash reserve in the amount of $5,291,088 for fiscal year 21-22.
I'll second it.
I'd like to add that we're going to be bringing back for discussion, I think, John, did you say July? The roadway?
July 22nd or 27th. No, I'm sorry.
No, 26th.
July 26th.
I will be in Hawaii on July 27th.
Okay. So I would like to add that there will be a discussion regarding the roadway plan on the July 27th.
Can we, just because of the budget, the way the budget is, can we ask that after the budget's adopted? Or, I mean, because I'm not, are you proposing to amend the motion?
Well, I'd like it to be part of it, just because I'd like the discussion on the 27th to be in terms of the budget.
Because I think we already, as we talked about this, asking John to bring back, I thought John already said he was going to bring something back. Did you not already say that, John?
Yeah,
he did.
Bring it back up to 26th.
Yeah, he's already said that he's going to do that.
Okay.
And we have the check-in in October or whenever Andy suggested we do that.
Yes. Yep. So I'll call for the question, Mr. Mayor, unless there's any public comment.
I'm sure there's not, but I'll ask our city clerk. Amy, any public comment?
I will just double check that I didn't receive any live. No, I do not have any more public comment.
And a roll call, please.
Councilmember Berlant.
Aye.
Amara.
Yes.
Dowden Calvillo.
Aye.
Riddell Harris.
Aye.
And Mayor Spokley.
Yes. Okay, I shot a text out to everybody. John, I'm sorry, I'm going to forego your report due to the late hour and also forego council reports or council committee reports, sorry. And go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Good night, everybody. Thank you for the lively discussion. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Yep. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
22 minutes of it.
Manjel.
Bye, guys.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Manjel.
Angel.
Anytime. It's my pleasure.